many people here, especially our students. That is most exciting. I'm going to call this meeting to order. The Board of Education acknowledges and thanks the First Peoples of the Hunkaminam Language Group, on whose traditional and unceded territories we teach, learn, and live. We have, as I mentioned, guests this evening that they're going to give us a bit of some singing and a presentation. So we look forward to this. We have some announcements. Trustee Tabotny?
Yes. Wasn't that? June 21st is National Indigenous Peoples Day. The purpose of this day is to celebrate the vibrant Indigenous culture and contributions of Indigenous people to our country and community. This day is also a celebration of resiliency, history, and stewardship. Our Richmond schools are planning on participating in commemorating and learning about Indigenous peoples, including First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, and a variety of events, including inviting elders to speak, powwow dance presentations, and varied Indigenous cultural exploration activities. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. You bear with me for a moment. I'm going to give you a year-end update. And I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the remarkable journey we've had over the past school year. As we look back, let's celebrate our successes, learn from our experiences, and set the stage for an even more promising future. Working with our partners, these accomplishments are the collective efforts that have driven us forward. This year, we made significant strides in governance by approving several key policies. One notable achievement is the Trustee Code of Conduct policy, which provides clear direction and reinforces our commitment to serving our students. Additionally, we established a public interest disclosure policy, which ensures transparency and accountability in our operations. In terms of financial oversight, we took important steps by approving the 2024-25 annual budget and approved school acquisition charges based on the 2024-25 capital plan. We also ensured that bus services for students with identified safety concerns will continue for the upcoming 2024-25 school year. Our advocacy and community engagement efforts have also been significant this year. We actively advocated with the City of Richmond, local MLAs, and the provincial government to ensure our district has adequate resources. A key focus of our advocacy was addressing enrollment pressures in the city center. We also conducted a successful budget engagement with partners in our community, ensuring their voices were heard and their input was considered. Trustee professional development also remained a priority throughout the year. We continued our workshops, focusing on essential areas such as budget oversight, facilities planning, and reinforcing the Trustee Code of Conduct. Additionally, we met with ministry staff to prepare for our strategic plan review, which culminated in comprehensive strategic planning activities. At the BC School Trustees Association annual general meeting, along with the other boards of education across the province, we carried several significant motions. We worked to eliminate barriers of employment for early childhood educators and education assistants, secured targeted funding for children in care, and advocated for neurodiverse training in public education. We also advocated for an increase in the annual facilities grant to address deferred maintenance. These significant achievements set a strong foundation for our future, reflecting our commitment to effective governance and strong community partnerships. On behalf of the Richmond Board of Education, I would like to thank our partner groups, including the RTA, CUPE, RASA, RMAPS, and the RDPA. I also wish to thank staff, students, parents, and the greater Richmond community. Together, we will continue to build on our successes and strive for an even greater accomplishments in the coming school year. Thank you. Okay. So let's see. Madam Secretary Treasurer, any materials not included in packages available to the public?
All materials have been published on the district's website. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Hey, now we're down to adoption of agenda. If there are no changes to the agenda, I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Trustee Hamaguchi, seconded by Trustee Yang. All those in favor? Thank you. Now for the presentations. We have Richmond Secondary School Vocal Jazz Choir under the direction of Tony Shepard. This class meets outside the timetable, and the students have enjoyed exploring a wide variety of musical styles this year, including swing music, samba, music of Broadway, and pop music. They have performed at several school and community events over the year, like school concerts and the Remembrance Day ceremonies. The ensemble also performed at the Richmond Grand Ballroom in December for the Richmond Retired Teachers Association. It is a great honor to share our music with the distinguished members of our district leadership team, and we hope you enjoy the performance.
We'd like to start off with a very popular tune, originally an African folk song, and a pop tune called "The Lion Sleeps Tonight."
In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight.
Hey, hey, oh, in boy, 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 oh, in boy.
Here's the village, a peaceful village, a lion sleeps tonight. In the village, a quiet village, a lion sleeps tonight.
Hey, hey, oh, in boy, 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 oh, in boy.
No fear, my darling, the lion sleeps tonight. Hush, my darling, no fear, my darling, the lion sleeps tonight.
Hey, hey, oh, in boy, 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 oh, in boy.
it's pretty fresh in our memories. 4 years ago, I think nothing got hit harder than vocal music.
Mhm.
We had a group before COVID that was like 46, 48 students singing. It went down to 3. And it's so good to hear voices again. And it's just wonderful to share music with you guys. This next tune is a jazz tune called Dream a Little Dream of Me.
Oh.
Also have added cello and violin with Kristen and Ryan.
Shining bright above you. Night breezes seem to whisper, I love you. Birds singing in the sycamore tree. Dream a little dream of me. Hey, nighty night, there. Just hold me tight and tell me you're asleep. What my broken words can be. Dream a little dream of me. Storm day, from you. I'm longing to linger till morning. Just stay there. Sweet dreams of longing for you. Sweet dreams I leave all worry behind you. Whatever can be. Dream a little dream of me. Dream a little dream of me. One day, I'm longing to linger till dawn here. Just stay there. Streets of something following you. Sweet dreams that leave no worries behind you. Keep your dreams whatever they be. Dream a little dream of me. Whatever they be. Dream a little dream of me.
That was Kristen and Ryan on the violin and the cello, and we have Grace back here on piano, and Matthew on bass, and Carl on drums. Good job, guys. We'll carry on with a tune that has been really resurgent lately. It's the students were singing this on their own all year, and I said, where have I heard that before? And everybody knows a brand new tune by this new artist, Leve. And it turns out it actually is 50, 60 years old, and it's by an artist named George Tennant, who also wrote Beyond the Sea. So it's a very famous song for a long time, but it's new again. It's called I Wish You Love.
I wish you
in the spring. To give your heart a song to sing. And then I cares, but more than this, I wish you love. And inshallah, let me before you someday anyway. I wish you health, but more well, I wish you love. So in my hands, I
Carry on. Now I'm gonna go over behind the piano for one tune and just gonna try to see the choir. If I can get Jason Q to come forward a little bit. Just kind of not right into the microphone, but
Just want to belt to that one.
yeah, I just want. This is a tune from the 1950s, At the Hop.
You can rock it, you can roll it, you can stop and you can show it at the hop. When the record starts spinning, your calypso and you shake it at the hop. To the death sensation, then you swing in the nation at the hop. Let's go to the hop. Let's go to the hop.
Oh, baby.
Let's go to the hop.
Oh, baby.
Let's go to the hop. Come on, let's go to the hop. You can swing and you can groove it, you can really start to move it at the hop. When the jockey is the smoothest and the music is the coolest at the hop. All the cats and chicks can get their kicks at the hop. Let's go! Let's go to the hop. Let's go to the hop.
Oh, baby.
Let's go to the hop.
Oh, baby.
Let's go to the hop. Come on, let's go to the hop. You can rock it, you can roll it, you can stop and you can stroll it at the hop, 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 hop. When the record starts spinning, you can lift so when you're shaking at the hop, 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 hop. To the dance sensation that's sweeping the nation at the hop, 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 hop. You can move it, you can groove it, you can really start to move it at the hop, hop, hop. When jockey is the smoothest and the music is the coolest at the hop. All the cats and chicks can get their kicks at the hop. Let's go. Let's go to the hop. Let's go to the hop.
Oh, baby,
Let's go to the hop.
oh, baby,
Let's go to the hop. Come on. Let's go to the hop.
ba, 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 ba.
At the hop.
Jason Hugh on the lead vocal and Ryan Huey on the Oh Baby. Good job. Our final tune, we're gonna do a tune from Frozen called Love is an Open Door. Just
Life has been a series of doors in my face, and then suddenly I bump into you.
I've been searching my whole life to find my own place. Maybe it's the party talking or the chocolate fondue.
But with you,
But with you, I found my
I
way.
feel it, and it's something like you don't know before. Love's an open door. Love's an open door. Love's an open door. With you,
With you,
with you,
with you.
love's an open door.
It's crazy.
What?
We finish each other.
Sandwiches.
That's what I was gonna say.
I've never met someone who thinks so much like me. Chase again, our mental synchronization can have a one explanation.
You
Tonight,
were
just meant to be. Say goodbye,
say goodbye
to the pain of the past. We don't have to feel it anymore. Love's an open door. Love's an open door. I'd be so much more with you,
with you.
love's an open door.
It's an open.
Adios, and thank you to Catherine Jewell for all of your organizational efforts in getting us here and appreciate it. And thanks to the students for coming. And thank you, parents.
Anybody have any comments? Would you like to share? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was wishing that we could have moved this furniture and had a dance floor.
Perfect dance floor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was amazing. That was just fantastic. And yes, it is wonderful to hear voices again. And you're lucky you get to hear that all the time. Thank you.
David, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just before everybody filters out of the room, big thank you to the students. Thank you for being here. You can clearly tell they're Colt students with those lovely vests, so you can see them from a mile away. Thank you to Mr. Shepherd for all your help and guidance, fostering all the talents that we have at Richmond Secondary. And a big thank you. I'm not sure where Catherine Jewell went, but she's been instrumental in putting everything together in terms of our district's fine arts. So big thank you to her, and I'm sure we'll see this lovely performance again. And thank you for being a good wind down for such a packed agenda we have tonight. So thank you.
Now, that was wonderful. Now, I would like to invite up the students from McNair. If you'd come up to the table and introduce yourselves, give them a few minutes to, you'll need to pull up another chair. I think there's 3 of you, I believe. Perfect. And then relax and
Hello there. My name is Ali.
I'm Erin. I'm Emily.
And just before we begin our presentation, we would like to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to speak here today because it shows how much you guys actually care about the students in the district. We are extremely grateful for that. So let's begin. So our goal here today is to establish something called the First Responders Fund, as well as install AEDs and naloxone kits in every Richmond secondary school.
So what is the High School First Responders Program? The High School First Responders Program is an opportunity for students who are interested in going to the medical field to gain real life experience, as well as contribute to their school community.
Yeah, can you pull a little?
Of course, thank you. We serve the school by running the first aid program as a in-staff community, and we respond to every first aid emergency within the school population.
So who runs the High School First Responders Program? So the program itself is ran in a handful of secondary schools in the Lower Mainland, but in Richmond, all 10 secondary schools has it running in them. So the program is run by a society, and our contact within the society is Jeff Watts, who is the managing director. Jeff has been running the program for over 15 years now. He is a retired advanced care paramedic who worked for BCEHS and through ESIC trains, supplies, as well as ensures all the students in the program.
So how does certification work? When it comes to certification, we usually recommend they take classes through ESIC as it is most affordable compared to other programs, and it also runs through Canberra Secondary School. Typically, there are 2 certifications a student would need to become a first responder. There is standard first aid, and then there is first responders training. Standard First Aid and CPRC with AED training is a 2-day course that teaches basic first aid as well as basic critical interventions. The certification lasts about 3 years and is around $135. Once a student has received their first aid education, they have the ability to take the First Responders Program, which is called First Responders and Basic Life Support. This is a 6-day course, which is way more advanced and teaches advanced basic first aid training as well as advanced critical interventions. This level of training is equivalent of that of a firefighter, and the certification also lasts around 3 years, but includes naloxone training and basic life support training. In total, costs around $495.
Oh, insurance, everyone's favorite subject. So each student is covered by law under the Good Samaritans Act, which states that there is no liability for emergency aid unless there is gross negligence. However, ESIC does purchase $2 million in professional errors and omissions insurance on each member in the first responders program. This is done on an annual basis, and the insurance that covers the students is part of the insurance that ESIC buys for the first responders training. And they purchase what's called a rider, and it's attached to the policy. And a rider is in addition to an existing insurance policy that allows you to add specific insurance products to your basic coverage. I have the certificate right here. I didn't have the amount of you guys, but if you would like to see it, I can bring it to you later. Each school will then pay anywhere from $250 to $550 in insurance costs every year, depending on the size of the team and the certification level. In 2024, McNair paid $550 for insurance. We had 13 SFAs and 3 FRs from our PAC funds. Once we've paid our insurance, we don't allow anyone to join until the following year so that we can add their insurance costs to our PAC proposal form. McNair has a much smaller team compared to other schools. And for standard first aiders, the insurance costs $25. And then for first responders, it costs $75. Oh, and it's still me. Okay. FR funds. So every year, the first responders at McNair have to apply for the PAC gaming funds. And this form of funding is unreliable for the club that requires a large amount of money every year. Our yearly costs are broken down into 3 parts. 1 being insurance, 2 being reimbursements, and then 3 being supplies. So for insurance, as we spoke before, each member has to pay a certain amount of money depending on their certification level. In the beginning of the year, the full team roster is sent to Jeff Watts, and then insurance costs can be anywhere from $250 to $550, depending on the size of the team. As for reimbursements, we have few opportunities for students to be reimbursed. In order for a student to be reimbursed, they go through an interview process. And then in this interview process, we ask many questions just to get a feel for what kind of person they are. Are they caring? Are they smart? And etc. Once they are selected, we look at the student's latest report card. And then from that knowledge, we then let them go and take the FR course. In order for them to be reimbursed half of the payment of the course, which is $400, they need to pass the course on their first attempt. The district should be reimbursing these students in full because these students are providing a service to the school, putting the needs of the school and their fellow peers before their own. This would also open the door for many students who are interested in the medical field, particularly students who may not be financially capable of paying the full cost of whether it be $135 or $495. That means that we would be required to, so the first responders, the course, the prices has gone up. It used to be $400, now it's $495. So that means that now we would have to add an additional $45 into our PAC request form. And then this year we've paid $400 in reimbursements. Supplies are required just because every year, depending on the circumstances, things change. For example, this year we had to order a mini fridge just so that we could stock our ice packs, juice boxes, and etc. This is a much smaller portion to our overall cost. However, it's still very important as other schools may have more things that they need to purchase, but they aren't able to due to the PAC's approval. It's important to remember that some PACs are better funded than others. This year, we spent $260 on new supplies.
So now we're going to talk about AEDs. So an automatic external defibrillator is placed on someone when they go into cardiac arrest. AEDs are designed so that anyone can use them, even if they have no prior experience or training. AEDs were once in all Richmond schools, but they were also removed recently. Anyone can have a cardiac episode, but it's much more likely for a staff member to go into cardiac arrest compared to a student, and there are prime examples of that all over the Lower Mainland. A teacher at South Delta Secondary on November 23rd, 2023 collapsed and went into cardiac arrest and almost died. Thankfully, the first responder sponsor teacher had an AED and was fortunate enough to save his life. AEDs are for the safety of students, but they're also for the safety of the staff and guests that come into the school. When someone goes in a cardiac arrest, an AED is placed on them within the first 10 minutes, they have a 90% chance of survival. But each minute that passes after that, the statistic goes down 10%. Only one AED would be required in each school, but there is a specific model that would be compatible with the ambulance services heart monitors called the LP1000.
So next are naloxone kits. Naloxone kits are used in order to temporarily reverse the effects of an opioid overdose. As we all know, BC is currently facing an opioid overdose crisis where more than 7 people per day died due to it, which also includes teenagers and young adults ages ranging from 18 to 25. Naloxone is a non-prescription medication. So naloxone can be administered intranasally or intramuscularly. Naloxone works by kicking off the opioids off the receptors that are in our brain and binding to those receptors instead. So this will reverse or block the effects of opioids in our body. As we know, drugs are a lot stronger nowadays, and by simply touching the drug in its powdered form, it can cause someone to go into an overdose. So the main issue with overdoses are that when someone is having one, they cannot breathe. So within 3 to 5 minutes without oxygen, brain damage starts to occur. And anything longer than that, major brain damage can happen. With overdoses, the survival or death of a patient really depends on breathing and oxygenation throughout the patient. So naloxone cannot harm anybody that is given the drug, but it only works when someone has opioids in their body. So it cannot harm anybody that does not have drugs in their body. All kits are free, which is amazing, and they are can be located at your pharmacy, at any pharmacy. So they're very easily accessible. So we actually brought one here today to show you just how easy it is to give naloxone to somebody. So in a naloxone kit, it will come with 3 needles, as well as 3 ampules, which have the naloxone in it. And it will come with gloves, some sanitizer, and a mask for if you want to give breaths to the patient. So you would first open up your needle and get that prepared for you. And then it comes with your ampule, which has the naloxone in it. You just want to make sure you quickly flick it or shake it down so that all the naloxone is at the bottom. When you're opening the naloxone, you want to make sure you're opening it away from yourself, and you just quickly pop it off. Pretty easy. Then you take off the cap for the needle. You put it into the ampule, and you just inject it, suck up all of the naloxone into the needle. Just like so. When you're done, make sure you place those in a card container or in a sharps container if you have some. You want to also make sure, as a precaution, just to flick up all the air bubbles, and then to make sure to push it up all the way till it hits the 1. And then when you are administrating the drug, you want to administrate it and inject it at a 90-degree angle, and then just push all the drug out. And then once you're done, put the needle into the sharps, and you should redo this again every 3 to 5 minutes if the patient is not breathing or awake.
Thank you all for listening.
Now we'd like to open questions for anyone, if anyone.
I have a question. You are from Manila, right? You say that all the school in secondary school in district have this program.
Yes.
Secondary is the high school first responder.
Yes.
So do you group of the team is communicate with other school?
Yes, so every month we have monthly meetings with Jeff Watts and then a representative from each school. And we discuss any major calls that happened. We discuss new things that need to be discussed. So we do communicate with other members of first responders in different schools.
one more question is that you now come to, just like you say that the board should pay, right? To support this program. So I just think about you just come to request for your school or all the school in the district. Because we need to make the budget or finance, yeah.
Do I answer the question? Okay. Well, I feel like if we do it for one school, then we have to do it for all schools. It would only be fair if we created this fund for everyone and it was accessible to everyone.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Trustee DeBlotney, followed by trustee Yang.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for your demonstration and for your presentation. It's amazing and you guys do amazing work. I had the opportunity to go to McNair and hear, you know, about some of your emergencies and things that you have helped people with and you know, we're certainly glad that you're there to protect the school, the staff, the students. And this course it's almost like a career exploration, I would think. And the content is actually will help you. I think some of you are planning on moving on to being first responders in your post-secondary. And so I think, you know, that it certainly warrants, you know, us thinking about, you know, funding. I would think the provincial government should be aware of some of what you're doing and whether, you know, they should be funding it as a course. Because Canby, I think, actually runs a course, do they?
Yeah, so Canby has a health sciences course that's that people can take like on their timetable, but they do have to pay, I believe, in order to take that course. But it's cheaper than what's offered outside of the school.
Okay, thank you. And then the for the instructions for naloxone, one in the kit, it has instructions in there included, correct?
It
Yes.
does. All kits should have an instruction manual for them. And as well as they have a little diagram for like after you give the naloxone to show you like a recovery position for somebody that is like after you administrate the drug. So just so when they wake up, yeah.
And there's many YouTube videos, I think, as well that you can view to know how to use it and save a life. Yeah, I think I'm really grateful for you coming and showing us this. And I had a couple other questions. You were talking about your interview process. So how many students actually go on to become?
Well, we can, because of our pack, we can only get 2 people to become first responders. I actually wasn't reimbursed, and I took the course in grade 10, and I got reimbursed this year. So yeah.
Too bad. And then are other students across the district, are they all funded in the same way or are they different?
So I spoke to Jeff, and from what I know, McNair is one of the only schools that reimburses half of the course.
All right. Well, thank you very much for, you know, bringing this to our attention and for the work you do. I think it's amazing.
Trustee Yang, followed by trustee Beliza.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and I want to thank Ali, Emily, and Aaron for being here. It's always, you know, I was in your shoes a long time ago, and just the courage to be able to come here to speak to everybody in such a public space. I want to commend you for that, first and foremost. And I did have some questions. Now, I am a certified level 2 occupational first aid attendant in my workplace, and you know, all life or all first aid attendants have their reasons why they want to pursue this endeavor. So I guess to the 3 of you, what's the most rewarding thing about being a first responder, and what propelled you to take up this important work?
Personally, I'm very interested in philanthropy and helping other people. And among first responders, I am in other clubs that donate to other charities. I haven't really looked into going to the medical field, but I do really find it very rewarding just be able to help others, even if it's a small amount, because it really is community inconvenience, even if you have a headache or a stomach ache and you're in school, or if you just want someone to talk to, be able to connect with like my peers. I find it very I feel like I'm more of a part of the school, less than just like someone who attends there, which I really do appreciate.
As well as Aaron, I find it very rewarding seeing even the patients that we get and seeing them walking in the halls and them just, waving and smiling. It's amazing because we're meeting a lot of people through this program and seeing all these people and being able to, interact with them, people that maybe we normally wouldn't interact with. It's amazing.
For me, it's being able to be the calm person in all the chaos. And it definitely shocks a lot of people, especially our administration. They were really shocked at what we do when they saw when we had a really bad incident at the school. Yeah.
That's, this is all, thank you for sharing because, it's certainly no small feat. It's a very serious task, in fact. And so, part of asking this is just a little litmus test to see if any of you are interested in med school, but we'll see about that. Now, I had to go through a 1 week, 5-day long training for my certification process. And, I have to say it was very rigorous and very demanding. It's a lot of hands-on learning as well as, the theoreticals, reading a training guide, and it's much like studying in school. And so for all of you, can you tell me more about your training experience and what stuck with you as you went through that process?
Well, for the FR training, which both me and Aaron have, it starts off with a little bit of just a lecture. So it definitely you learn about all the different situations that you can be put into. And then they throw you right into the CPR and learning it. Definitely something that sticks with me right now is how rigorous the CPR training is. At one point, they had us doing CPR for a good 2 hours, continuously. It was definitely tiring, and it shows you that it takes a lot to revive someone and to save a life. And that's definitely stuck with me.
I think definitely the fact that this course is designed for adults and not for children or anyone above 18 usually, but the entirety of our course were teenagers who are interested in the first responders program. And just to have the ability to basically learn all this stuff and have the knowledge to save a life, it made it much more interesting because even though the lectures could be kind of tedious and somewhat boring, you realize how much information and how impactful it can be because it all is to help someone else. And then I thought that was kind of the most demanding part of the entire thing that I found.
What stuck with me in my training? So so I'm in EMR, and yeah, childbirth was definitely not one of the prettiest sights when we watched that demo video. So that's definitely something that stuck with me. But yeah.
And as you all know full well, anything can happen when you're a first aid attendant, right? Someone could have their finger snapped off, or it could be as minor as getting having a cold or something of that nature. But certainly no task too big or small for first attendants to say no. Now, I guess this question's more for staff, but as first responders, students in schools, we also do have occupational first aid in our schools to supplement the first aid regime that is in our facilities. Is that not correct? Well, thanks again. Yeah, we'll see you out there.
Thank you, trustee Yang. Trustee Beliza, followed by trustee Hamaguchi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I praise you guys for your noble intention and the strong desire to save life. I always value the precious gift of human life. But as a trustee, we have some responsibility to make sure that the district is not at risk or liable for actions within the school district. I think you mentioned of Good Samaritan Act. And I think the insurance that you have. Please answer if you only know. Does the Good Samaritan Act cover the district or the schools when you try to perform saving life? And secondly, whether your insurance coverage also covers the school or the district in the event that there is something wrong. I know that volunteers and students who have been trained are not liable, but I'm not very sure whether school or district though are covered in that particular situation.
That is a wonderful question. I would have to go back and do some research just because I don't want to say something that's incorrect. But I will get back to you on that.
Thank you. Trustee Hamaguchi.
St. John's First Aid, is this similar to the courses that they offer?
Yeah, but ours is done through the Canadian Red Cross.
Okay. Okay, so for the people who've done the Red Cross training, would they qualify to be in your group as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Other question is, so during the daytime, like how does this all work? So you're in math class and someone way down in the gymnasium, something happens there. So how do you guys carry a pager or?
This is one of our McNair pagers that we received from Jeff Watts. So all the FRs have their own, or they like rotate on and off. And then our SFAs have days where they get to go and join us and they can watch and help. I'm not gonna turn it on because it will be quite loud, but if we are in class and we get a page, we immediately run to the office and when we check out the situation, and then all teachers are very aware of the students who are part of this program, so they are pretty understanding. But it is quite demanding because we do sacrifice some of our in-class time and our class like lectures or studying, so it is quite hard to catch up sometimes. But if the call is kind of smaller, and we can send some of the people back to class as well, but usually they communicate through this, or if they can't reach us, they'll put us on the announcements or run down to the office, but yeah.
But not everyone has a pager on them.
No,
As
so,
a teacher, if I'm the teacher, I'm picking up my cell phone and
oh, so how they contact the pager is the office rings a specific phone number that calls all of them. Not all teachers know it, I believe, but if there is an emergency, they usually just call the office, and then if it's in a specific classroom where like they can't be transported, we would go to them from there.
the office will contact you guys. then.
Yes.
Okay. The whole issue around the naloxone kits and the AEDs. So in McNair, you have an AED machine in there?
No, we do not have an AED in our school. The closest AED to McNair is, I don't know if you guys are familiar, but we have like the caretaker's like house out back. It's by the washroom, so that's where the closest AED is. And I remember that we had to, just for safety precautions, we had to go grab it. And I've never seen our first responder run in my life, but he ran that day and he went and got it and he came back.
And the naloxone kits. So do you guys have those in your fridge or something or?
No, we do not have naloxone kits in our school unless our teachers decide to carry them or we have them on our own. Other than that, we don't have them in our first responders room.
So, besides overdoses and heart attacks, what other things would you get called for to come and help out? What other
We get
injuries?
called for everything, everything you can imagine, whether it be twisted ankles, really bad falls, allergic reactions, anything your heart desires.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much. That was a profound presentation and very informative. And you all spoke so well and really proud of you and curious. Grade,
We're grade 11.
And then I'm in grade 12.
you were in grade 12.
Yeah.
That's wonderful and congratulations for what you do. That's taking on a big responsibility and taking care of the community. So thank you very much and thank you again. Go ahead.
Ali, now that you've been to a board meeting, you still want to be the superintendent? or not?
Yeah. I'm coming for his chair.
Really, we really appreciate the time that you've taken to present to us. This is very important work that you do. And thank you for informing us from your perspective, which is really important to us. So much appreciated and you're welcome to stay or go home and enjoy and maybe do homework. I don't know. But thank you again. No, sorry.
That's out of order.
Pardon me? Because it's for the board to ask questions right now. But you will be able to ask questions of us and maybe refer to some questions that you might like to ask. Okay? Okay, thank
Oh,
you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you guys.
Very well done. Now, we don't have any briefs or special recognition, but we're coming to a time of questions from the public. And for those of you who are new and haven't come before the board before, you are, will put your hand up. I'll invite you forward to sit at the table. And you're welcome to ask a question and a follow-up question or a brief statement. So we welcome you. The question time is now. And if anybody would like to come forward with a question. Please come forward. Oh, go ahead. Come forward. Yeah, that's fine. And introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Colleen. I'm a parent in the school district. I have one child in secondary school and one child in elementary school. First of all, I want to thank you for the presentation by the McNair student. It was great, eye-opener for me and learned a lot about first responders. It's amazing that how much work you've done at the school and really appreciate your work and your presentation. I have concern about putting naloxone kits in the school. I know it is life-saving and it is something that it's very important in the society that can save life. I want to ask a question about, like, we have code of conduct that does not allow drug in the school. And how is that being implemented? Like, have we seen people using drug in the school? Are there any incidents where people will need to use naloxone kits?
Or you were asking us as a board if we have seen as individuals?
As a need, yeah. Any reports that there's incidents where they need the naloxone kits?
Please go ahead with our superintendent.
Well, thank you very much for that question. In terms of, perhaps I can invite Assistant Superintendent Stanger to comment based on the environmental scan, if you kindly please.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we do have codes of conduct that govern behavior in schools. Schools have been determined to be, particularly in the Richmond School District, a very low risk for drug use. The question really around naloxone kits in schools is not because there's an identified problem with drug overdose of students in schools, but rather as the students were identifying, it's an augmentation to provide safety and care and concern for the community members should an incident happen. And so similarly with AEDs. So while we don't have a high risk of people having cardiac arrest in schools, the concept really here is that ensuring that you have that augmented safety mechanism in place in the event that something should happen. Not necessarily a student, but it could be any adult, a community member. And when we think of all of the community members that are involved in our school communities, that's really the overall concept with consideration of these augmented safety measures to include in first aid kits.
Thank you. I find this very conflicting to have naloxone kits in the school when the code of conduct actually prohibit drugs in the school. It's a confusing message for students, staff, and the public that when we say we do not allow drugs in the school, and on the other hand, when you have naloxone kits at school, on the school ground, it's a supported measure. So it will be very confusing for the public and students. When we actually discourage, I believe the school does, discourage any drug use, alcohol, and smoking at school ground. And now we're putting this, and it's more like a supportive measure.
Thank you very much for presenting your concerns. I'm going to invite other people now because our question time and our statement time is very brief. So thank you though for that. We're listening to everyone. So thank you for.
Thank you.
Ms. Baverstock, I think I saw you. Come on up.
Right. Good evening, Liz Baverstock, President, Richmond Teachers Association. And I am here to ask a question. And my question is in relationship to the report on the naloxone kits in the 80s and the fabulous presentation by the students. I mean, they really did an amazing job. I cannot compete with that. And that's what students do. So my question for you, and this is something that you're going to have to think about as you're making your decisions tonight, is what does low risk mean to you? Because ultimately, is that a number or is it a person? I think that's really what it is, because we don't know when that time will be. So that is actually my question that I'm actually going to leave with you. You have a report in front of you. You're going to have to make a decision. And the questions you're going to have to ask is, you know, if something did happen and you made a different decision tonight, are you going to be okay with that? Are you going to be okay if there is something that happens on the school ground through accident? Somebody touches a chemical, they didn't know about it, and you said no. Because this is insurance. This isn't changing how we do our approach in school. And I talk about, you know, I think about this in terms of the insurance that we put in our lives all the time. I am a chemistry teacher. That's my background. Every year as a chemistry teacher, we teach safety. That's every single year. We have safety equipment in the classroom. We go through how to use the eye wash station, the safety blanket, the safety shower, the fire extinguisher. Those are all things that we do every year. And I'm proud to say that in all my time in a chemistry classroom, we never had to use it in an emergency, but we knew it was there. And it was invested in all the time, and it was upkeep. You know, when I started in my early years, we just had the squeeze bottles for the eye wash station. But then we went to the advanced. And again, didn't have to use it, but it was there. The other part is to reinforce is that all the time we're going to be teaching our kids safety. This is in first aid kits. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about putting them all over the school. We're talking about having them in first aid kits under control. Likewise, when we have in schools, we have EpiPens in schools because kids bring them and we keep them safe. That actually is epinephrine. So this is insurance. This is about people. And I also think about us as a community and where we'll be. Like, we are the safe places. We do the education. We're always going to educate about health. But if we had an emergency like an earthquake, our schools are going to be the safe places that people go. And knowing that our first aid kits have the essential things in them, that could make all the difference. So I leave that with the question, what is risk? It's a person. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I ask for someone else, invite to come up, I'm going to request that everybody puts their phone down and needs to stop filming for people's privacy. We cannot have that. We have our board meetings are online, but you cannot be taking video in the boardroom. Okay, so please respect that request and put your phones away as far as videoing. Okay?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay. You are not able to video in a board meeting. So please put the phones away if they're being used to video. Okay? That is for everybody's privacy, your own and everyone else's. Okay, so I'm asking that to happen starting right now. Okay, now, is there anybody else that has a question or a brief statement that they'd like to make? There's another question period later on. If you'd like to wait for that, that's fine. Oh, please come. Sorry, didn't see you over there.
Hi there, this works. Hi there, my name is Dean Billings. I have 2 kids in the district. One's 10, so now she's crazily, this is an insane stat. She's in this demographic where this is like the largest cause of death, which is nuts. So a couple things jumped out at me from that. Oh yeah, my comment's going to be on the nalogs, that report. There's already 175,000 of these kits that are around, so this doesn't seem like that big of a change. I guess we're trying to make it, right now the response time would be somebody would dial 911 and a first responder, which is their job, right? That would be 10 minutes. You guys, theoretically, a teacher would do this in less time, or some student. So that's the gap, right? It's not like there's going to be no kits if you guys don't do this. I'm confused because it sounds like the expectation is it will, on average, it will be used about 0 times a year. I feel like if this had been used in Toronto or Red Deer, we would have seen, it would have been in the report, I guess, right? I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong there, but if Toronto rolled it out, is it being used at schools? It seems like a weird place to get really high on notice. So I'm concerned it's a distraction. So when I read like the pillars of, drug abuse prevention or whatever, prevention, that seems like that's totally your job, right? That's education. That's your job. And I don't see why that's not what you're focusing on completely. I mean, I guess maybe it's just my perspective. My kids are in grade 4. I'm told that it's like a passing mention once every 2 years. At least that's what I see relative to some other causes that you guys focus on. It feels very manipulative, this whole process.
Thank you for your opinion. And yeah, we've heard you. Thank you for your opinion.
Thanks.
Is there anybody else? No, seeing no hands. Okay, please come forward.
Hi, trustees. And then thank you, the meeting. I have a questions. Before I ask question, I will thank you all the students. Yeah, you saved the students' life. Okay, a lot of students. So can tell all the students they can save in the school.
Excuse me.
That's good. Okay, that's why I want to say, please, thank you.
Just excuse me for a moment. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Oh.
you're addressing the board.
Oh, sorry. My name's Connie Huang. Actually, I have two kids in Richmond District. One is 17 and one is 14. So teenager, it's, it's that happen all the time, okay? So my question is, I would like to ask Trustee Yang.
Just ask the question, okay? You
Yeah.
Present it to the board. We're not singling out anybody. Just present your question to the board.
Yes,
All of
I will. So that's why I asked Trustee Yang. Do you know what is the DARE program?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you understand. You have to address what's on the agenda. The DARE program is not.
Yeah, that's the included that program. So
It's, no, excuse me.
you know what? I would like to ask, do you know how many school using the DARE program
Excuse me.
in elementary school?
Okay. You're invited here to ask your question of the, just a moment,
the
please. Just a moment,
On
please.
the agenda.
I can wait. I just want to explain. We ask people to ask the questions with what is on the agenda. The agenda right now that you're speaking about, we're not talking about the DARE program.
Yeah, I know you didn't talk about the DARE program, but you talk about the drugs, and smoke, and
No.
code of conduct, eh?
Excuse me. The DARE program is not on our agenda. The agenda is not about the DARE program. We need to focus on the agenda is the AEDs and the naloxone kits into the future. If
Okay.
if you
The policy 502 4R. It's the regular regulation for the drugs and the smoking, alcohol in the district school. Eh? Is it the agenda?
No, that's not the agenda. That's
It's in the minutes, right?
agenda, right, is the items on the agenda. That's what we're inviting you to come forward and ask questions about. Like what the first woman talked about, the naloxone kits and the AEDs. The students presented on the naloxone kits.
Yeah, since the school district so put in the naloxone safety kits in the school, eh? You guys have a discussion today?
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to talk about.
Yeah, so that means I can tell all the parents in Richmond district, so their kids are safe. Can I say that?
Sure.
If they drugs,
Absolutely.
yeah, they safe.
They're safe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
if you have a question that has to do with the agenda.
Yeah, that's why. And then
Why-
can I ask for district think about that? So make their program, it's mandatory. It's not optional.
Miss
Education, all the kids
Excuse me.
fall away from the from the drugs, right?
Miss Wang.
That's my,
I'm going to suggest that maybe you sit back down and be more than welcome once we've had discussion. If you have questions about the AE.
that's all my question.
That's good. Okay, we've heard you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. If there's anyone else that has any questions that have to do
Oh.
with the,
Sorry, by the way, so this regulation, it's consequent for the student who using the drugs, right?
okay,
So how many principal they using this regulation in the Richmond District School? That's my question.
okay,
You can choose not answer, but I will find out later after this meeting. Okay, thank you.
okay. If you're more than welcome to come forward and ask a question about AEDs or naloxone kits that we're going to come for. If it's easier for people to wait till the next question period, that's fine. But please go ahead.
Understood.
Your
Okay,
name and.
my name is Ivan Park. I'm a resident of Richmond.
Mhm.
I also have two kids. And so tonight, I know we are talking about AED kits and also the naloxone kit. My question is, do we have ever considered the legal liability for first responder team, which happen to be a group of students or any other school staff during a crisis of overdose. So what is the legal liability for those people giving, well, it's injection to people who are in danger of overdose? That's my first question. Second question is about the administration. And then I always learn today that it's going to be kept in the first aid kit. So not everybody can have access to a first aid kit in the school rank. So that's very comfortable answer actually. And that actually leaves a lot of, question mark in my head. And I welcome that as well. And so would it be a more formal procedure to be put in place to administrate this first aid kit? Because there's a needle in it, right? Inside of this, as I and some of the group demonstrate today. And so how safe is this particular needle? Needle is harmful, not just because it's, so this is questions I want to ask.
Okay.
And then finally, I'd want to address also from one of the attendants today is about how school is going to be funded to this particular, kids to be included in our first aid kits. And is this funding appropriately being used? Or as a parent mentioned, we have other prevention programs such as DARE, okay, also need to be discussed and also need to be funded by every single school, okay, because we all know to prevent drug addictions is the only way is to make sure we prevent it from happening ever again. So that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because we have, if I don't see, I see one more hand. I think what I might do, but I see 1, 2, 3, 4. We have another question period. So I'm going to ask if you would like to wait until you actually hear the discussion and so on and take part in the next question period, or if you'd rather do that now. But it has to be, again, it's a very brief question and a brief statement that we're asking for. Would you do you want to come forward now? Okay, please do. And again, agenda items, AEDs, and then naloxone kits.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, trustees. My name is Eric Tian. I'm currently in grade 10 at Richmond Secondary School. So I just want to talk about the kids from a student's perspective. I think it would be a great addition to our first aid kits since they are free. And also, they will be under great control, as someone else mentioned. I suppose we can look at this from a perspective of buying insurance. If you buy insurance, obviously you don't buy insurance with the hope of getting injured, right? But it is there in case you need it. And I think that's what's important here. And I actually do have a brief question with regards to that. Would the kits be administered by teachers or by first responders? I guess that would be perhaps my only concern if it's administered by first responders. Maybe if they're trained, then that would be great. But I think that would be my only cause for concern. But it would be great to have these kits in schools because again, you can try and educate students against using drugs. We do all of that. We use DARE. We have those great programs. But just in case, even if someone doesn't intentionally use opioid, even if they just touch it, it can be potentially deadly, right? So I think it's great that we're looking at this. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you very much. Now, I did see 2 other hands. Yes, would you like to come forward? Oh, sure.
A little. Okay. Oh, yeah.
You should
Come forward. Yes, have a seat. Make yourself comfortable.
Yeah.
Just give us your
对
name. Yeah.
First aid, Jasmine 就是你的身体是没有预料到的一些状况来救助的。
So first aid, as far as her understanding, is for emergencies.
Can you speak in? Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
First aid is for emergencies, right?
刚才那位先生说，first aid 是救助的，但是这个 drug 这个纳乐酮这个抢救的这个，其实它是可以预先预防的，而不是说你想，因为很多身体的状况你是没法预料的，但是这个是你在你的预料之中的。如果你远离毒品，你就可以防止这个，跟那个 first aid 的那个抢救完全两个概念。
She think there's a two concept. First aid concept is for emergency, medical emergency, something suddenly happened. But naloxone is for something, predictable. If you stay away from the drug, you don't do drugs in the school, then you wouldn't need this kit. So this is different concept in her opinion.
如果我们学校有这方面的教育，大家都知道这个危害，其实我觉得这个根本不用说那 first aid 去抢救，这个预防教育完全可以抢救很多人的生命。
If we in the school educate kids to stay away and forbid the kids to having drugs in the school, this is totally preventable.
I'm going to add, thank you very much. We heard you. And just to go forward, we're just talking about the kits right now and the AEDs. But thank you very much for coming forward.
就是 kit 就是纳乐酮。
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay.
I think. Okay, we're going to move on. I've lost my, agenda. Where did it go? Bear with me. It's here somewhere. This is embarrassing. Found it. Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone for sharing your. Now we're on to item 5, and we're going to ask our superintendent your executive report.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good evening to the parents and staff and students who are present here this evening, and those who are joining us online as well. I think it's really important for us to hear from parents, and I think this is a good example of how that voice is important for us to hear, even when there are different opinions. So thank you very much for showing up tonight. That's wonderful. Trustees, as this is the last board meeting for the school year, my very first as in my role as superintendent for the school district, I would like to take this opportunity, the last executive report for the 2023-2024 school year, to share some reflections. Since joining the district last August, I have met many staff members in our schools, central departments, and administrative buildings. It is truly inspiring to work with caring and thoughtful individuals who commit daily to advancing the goals of public education in our city and province. I'm filled with gratitude for the opportunity to work with staff, partner groups, parents, caregivers, community members, and the Board of Education that is deeply committed to the success of all our students, not only their academic success, but their well-being. I very much appreciate the collaboration with our partner groups and their willingness to work together to resolve issues, what I've come to know as the Richmond Way. And the Richmond Way is working through meaningful engagement with a clear goal to finding solutions together. And I'm grateful that we have that culture here in Richmond, where we work together as a community to solve problems. As I make my way around the district, it is evident from my conversations that staff take great pride in nurturing a sense of community and a sense of belonging. I've also come to know that parents in this community here in Richmond are very passionate about their student success and their student well-being. And what a wonderful situation to work in a district where parents are very much committed to supporting the work we do each day to make sure that your children are successful and are meeting with success. So thank you for that. Each day, we work in our district to promote greater inclusion in our schools and workplaces. We also commit to safety of students and staff and families, recognizing that our schools are not only just open to students and staff, but that there are different activities that happen in our schools where members of the public also show up and are part of that community. The board approved a strategic plan. It's the 2020-2025 strategic plan that continues to guide our work at the district. And as we enter the final year of this plan, I think it's important for us to take note of the progress made to date of that plan. Our achievements as a district thus far are a testament to the dedication of every employee in this district. Every staff member, regardless of their role, whether they work in schools, in our central offices, regardless of their role in the organization, contribute to student success in meaningful ways. This collective effort underscores our belief that teamwork and collaboration lead to better outcomes for students and staff. As the board is aware, and you heard that as part of the report from the chair at the start of this meeting, we have begun discussions about the next iteration of our strategic plan as we look forward to the year 2025. Given the strong performance of our district, and Richmond School District is a high-performing district, and I think you know that. Given the strong performance of this district, we will continue to build on the priorities, goals, and objectives of our current strategic plan. The Ministry of Education and Child Care is currently working with school districts, including Richmond, to support strategic planning processes for next year, because our strategic plan, remember again, is 2020 to 2025. And of course, next year is 2025. So we are one of 8 districts in the province, school districts, that are part of this, what is called as a community of practice, so that we work very closely with ministry and our partners around what the next iteration of our strategic plan will be. While we've made progress, we continue to take concrete steps to address gaps in learning and achievement for priority populations. So in the BC context, the priority populations are Indigenous students, children and youth in care, and our learners with disabilities and diverse abilities. I am confident that with the support of our staff and key partners, we will achieve greater success and improved outcomes for this group of learners in our system. The strength of our system as a high-performing system is because we are committed to continuous improvement. We will never get to a place where we say we're just so perfect that we're not open to continuous improvement. So continuous improvement is what we strive for as an organization that is committed to improving outcomes for each student every day without exception in this district. It has been a remarkable year across our district. And of course, with the end of the school year come transitions into new roles and retirements. We've had the Board of Education and staff, we've had the opportunities at different events lately to wish some of our colleagues and some members of staff retirement, happy retirement, and those who are transitioning to other contexts. And of course, I know you'll all join me in congratulating this dedicated staff for their years of contribution to the school district. I would like to take a little bit of time to acknowledge 3 members of senior team who are attending their last board meeting tonight. These are my colleagues. These are wonderful individuals who are part of a very strong team who work each and every day with all employees in this organization to ensure that your children achieve success and continue to experience success, and even not only when they leave us, but when they move on to post-secondary. After 29 years with this district, the Richmond School District, Assistant Superintendent Jane McMillan is moving closer to home. She's joining the Delta School District in a role as Assistant Superintendent. So of course, we'll miss Jane for just incredible contributions to this organization, but we want to congratulate Jane and wish her the very best. So thank you, Jane, for your service. Assistant Superintendent Chris Stanger, whom you've heard from tonight, is retiring at the end of August. Chris has demonstrated exemplary service to this organization, and Chris has worked in a number of school districts prior to coming to Richmond. Chris, one of the key attributes of Chris, certainly, and I have heard this in the time I've worked with Chris, and I've observed it firsthand, just his mannerism and the way that he treats every situation with care and compassion. So thank you, Chris, for your leadership. Last but not least is Deputy Superintendent Rick Ryan, was retiring at the end of August. When I joined the district last August, I can say to you with confidence that I relied heavily on Rick, and I continue to rely on his expertise, his wisdom, and his intellect. And I'm so proud to have a colleague educator, even though he's retiring. I know that Rick will be that person that I can call on and to touch base because he cares very deeply about this organization. So I'm grateful for our three colleagues who are either, in Jane's case, transitioning, but certainly in Chris and Rick's situation, taking a little bit of time to catch their breath after many years of contribution to public service. What a great year it has been for our district. And lastly, I just want to thank the Board of Education for your confidence and for the work that you do. The public may not always see this, but I know that this board, to a person, is committed and passionate about the success of each and every student in this district. And I'm only too happy and grateful and blessed to work in an organization where everybody, staff, parents, caregivers, community, all levels of government, working together, pulling together to make a difference for young people, to advance public education, because indeed public education serves the common good. And thank goodness for public education, because it's only because there's public education that each student can dream and aspire to reach the greatest level that they aspire. So to conclude, Madam Chair, I like to share a short video that captures the highlights of the year. And I think, as they say, picture is worth 1,000 words. So please sit back and watch this incredible video, the reflection. Thank you so much.
was lovely.
Mhm.
Okay, on to item 6, approval of minutes of prior meetings. A record of an in-camera meeting of the board held Wednesday, May 22nd, 2024. Minutes of a regular meeting of the board held Wednesday, May 22nd, 2024 are attached for approval. May I have a mover and seconder? Moved by trustee Wong, seconded by trustee Tablotny. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Business arising from prior minutes. We have a report, the feasibility study, naloxone and automated external defibrillator report from the Assistant Superintendent Stanger attached.
Well, through the chair, I want to thank you for this opportunity to share this report, which provides information and recommendations for consideration regarding the introduction and use of naloxone kits and automated external defibrillators in schools and district facilities as an augmentation to the district's current emergency preparedness response programs. Now, this report has been included in your public board meeting package, and so for the sake of time, I won't go through the entire report. However, I will provide a high-level summary with respect to essential content and then respond to operational questions you may have about the information, the recommendations that can help assist with the board's next step decision-making. As many will know, Vancouver Coastal Health data reveals that the Richmond community has among the lowest opioid overdose prevalences rates in British Columbia, and that an occurrence of an opioid overdose in one of our schools or district facilities is considered to be low risk. Similarly, an incident of sudden cardiac arrest in one of our schools or district facilities is also considered to be low risk. Nonetheless, as is outlined in the preamble to the report, the Richmond Board of Education has as its highest priority the safety of students, staff, parents, caregivers, and community members, and upholds the duty of care that is expected from our school communities through a demonstrated commitment to the district's emergency preparedness and response program. And for those in our public audience, I know we've had a bit of information, but I do want to briefly clarify and reiterate what naloxone and AEDs are and designed to do from a safety perspective. Naloxone kits, whether that's a nasal spray or an injectable form, are used to rapidly reverse an opioid overdose. Automated external defibrillators, AEDs, are portable devices that can analyze a heart's rhythm and deliver an electric shock to reestablish the heartbeat during a sudden cardiac arrest. Medical professionals report that naloxone is safe for people of all ages. Similarly, as AEDs are automated devices, they can be safely operated and function only when a cardiac arrest is detected. A number of folks have asked about legislation, and so I want to take a few minutes and comment on that. As you will know in the report, with regards to relevant legislation governing the administration of naloxone, currently BC relies on 2 governmental acts to guide administration. The first, as was mentioned by our student team, is the Good Samaritan Act, and the second is the Health Professions Act. The Good Samaritan Act is in place to protect well-intentioned individuals from legal liability if they attempt to assist someone in distress. The Health Professions Act permits all regulated health professionals, including first aid attendants in schools, to administer naloxone for emergency use during a suspected opioid overdose, even if they're administering this when it is not within the essential realm of their professional scope of practice. These acts also protect well-intentioned individuals from legal liability if they attempt to assist someone in cardiac distress by using an AED. Because the Ministry of Education and Childcare currently defers responsibility to individual school districts regarding whether to provide naloxone kits and/or train staff on how to use them, the practice does vary across district to district, particularly in K-12 school and school district sites. As you saw in the report, The result of a recent survey sampling of 12 school districts across the province reveals a tailored approach when it comes to including these as part of their emergency response programs. I just want to quickly summarize the table. Of the 12 schools, 3 of those school districts had naloxone in all of their sites. 3 of those school districts had naloxone in secondary sites. 1 school district had naloxone in specific elementary schools because of known situations where students required that. All of their secondary sites in district offices and maintenance facilities. 1 school district also had naloxone in all of their middle schools, secondary schools, district offices, and maintenance facilities. 4 school districts had naloxone in none of their sites. A question came up earlier around how do we make a determination of whether or not having naloxone as an augmentation of emergency care programs is helpful. In 2017, the government of BC published a naloxone risk assessment tool for public sector organizations. And while this publication did not specifically contemplate naloxone in school settings, the tool does provide the general guidance that, quote, if you determine the likelihood of encountering someone experiencing an overdose is high, naloxone should be considered, along with staff receiving training to understand the signs of overdose, as well as training to administer naloxone as part of a response to someone experiencing an overdose. The document also notes that, quote, if the likelihood is low, it is next important to consider the consequences of not having naloxone available in your setting should someone experience an overdose, end quote. And several key questions are there to guide your thinking around that. The first is, does your organization have a mandated duty to provide care for its clients or its people? The second question is, if naloxone were not available in this setting, what would the consequences be of an overdose were to occur for the individual? And the third question is, does your organization operate in an area that first responders can easily provide support and in a timely manner? I want to then just turn to AEDs for a moment. And regarding legislation, I know that question came up for AEDs. I commented on the Good Samaritan Act that governs AEDs. But in BC, the Defibrillation Public Access Act was adopted in 2019, and that's Bill 216. It requires owners of designated public premises to install AEDs. The AEDs must be maintained, they must provide training, they must be regularly tested and be made available for use for the public. Of note, however, is the absence of school district sites from this list of public spaces and buildings. So currently, there is no legislative requirement to provide AEDs in K-12 school district sites. Rather, the use of AEDs is at times considered to be a part of a care plan for specific individuals with known elevated risks, or as an augmented part of emergency responses programs based on a variety of population factors. Thus, as is the case with access to naloxone, a recent survey sample of 17 districts revealed varying practice. And again, I'll just highlight that variance for AEDs. Of the 17 sampled districts, in all sites, only 7 school districts had AEDs. In 6 sites, AEDs were in all secondary schools, in their theaters, in maintenance facilities, in board offices, and in sites where they had rental opportunities for outside community groups. 2 districts had AEDs at sites with identified student need, and 2 districts had AEDs in no sites. And so I want to come back to the board's desire to support the health and safety of students, staff, and our school communities during health emergencies, along with their commitment to responsible governance. This report, of course, is provided to help decision-making regarding whether naloxone kits and AEDs should be an augmentation to the district's current preparedness and response program. And so to just sort of summarize around these 2 things, With respect to naloxone being part of a district emergency preparedness response program, the district could conduct risk assessments for individual locations, and based on the results of these assessments, consider having emergency naloxone, either nasal spray or injectable, on site, along with training for these schools and district facilities. As noted above, for sites that are deemed low risk, the district would also need to weigh the consequences of not providing access to naloxone for an individual who may experience an opioid overdose in these sites. It's also really critical to note that all effective drug prevention is built on a foundation of education. And the district is providing substance abuse prevention education curriculum in a variety of ways to our learners, as required by the Ministry of Education and Childcare via the physical and health education curriculum. And while BC has legislation to require and regulate the use of the access to AEDs, schools and district sites, as I've noted, are not included. And so when considering priorities for where AEDs might be located for population-wide use in our district, health professionals suggest again conducting risk assessments to each site and then consider providing an AED as part of an emergency preparedness response program at sites where risks are deemed to be high. Again, should a site be deemed low risk, the district must consider the consequences to an individual who may experience a health emergency and not have timely access to an AED. Ultimately, if the board directs staff to include naloxone kits and AEDs as an enhancement to the district's emergency preparedness response program, the district will also be required to provide ongoing training, inspection, and maintenance programs to ensure that these can be done safely. With all this shared, I want to close by providing the two recommendations that are included in the report for the board's discussion and consideration. Recommendation 1 states that the Board of Education approve first aid kits be augmented to include naloxone kits and the installation of automatic external defibrillators, AEDs, in schools and school district facilities. Recommendation 2, that the Board of Education direct staff to prepare an implementation plan report for the September 2024 public board meeting. This report would include, but is not limited to, all associated costs, timelines, training requirements, and engagement processes with partner groups. I thank you for your time tonight, and I'm happy to respond to questions you may have from an operational perspective.
Thank you. Any questions? Trustee Hamaguchi.
First of all, Assistant Superintendent Stranger, thanks for putting the report together. It was an excellent report. I'm not going to, some of the things I'm going to talk about, you've already mentioned. What stood out for me actually was your table in terms of what school districts are using it, and I'm not going to repeat it all again, but basically when it came to the naloxone, 75% of the district had some form of naloxone, whereas 25% did not. As for the AEDs, I think it's closer to 90% had them in their facilities, as opposed to 10% did not. So comment made earlier on tonight about, we don't use them and why do we need them in there, and who's going to use them anyways? Well, the fact is they're still in there because you never know. And on a side note, my day job for 40 years has been working as a behavior consultant. And so much of my job is going into situations and coming up with strategies to help deal with challenging behaviors and challenging situations. And there's certain things that I've sort of learned over these years. When you look at life-threatening medical conditions such as opioid overdoses and heart attacks, there's 3 types of strategies that you want to consider, right? Now, the first one is the proactive strategies, which has been raised here tonight, and that's good. Like, proactive strategies are very important because basically, if you have an individual who has never had an naloxone or had an opioid overdose, or a person who's never had a heart attack, you want that to stay that way. You don't want them to have a heart attack. You don't want them to have an overdose. And so if you can put in education programs and training programs, then we should be doing that. And, you know, we are doing that. The unfortunate thing about proactive strategies is they don't work all the time. All right. Now, when you look around in our society, we do a great job of educating people on the evils of smoking, drinking, gambling, and then all the other vices. But yet it still goes on, even though we do all these proactive strategies. So I'm full support of proactive strategies, the DARE program, everything. Like the more you can put out there, the better. But keep in mind, they're not going to work all the time. All right. So then it comes to the next level of strategies. So for that person who's never had an overdose or never had a heart attack, bang, something happens, and whether it's by their own doing or not, they have an overdose. Person has a heart attack. Using proactive strategies at that time is not going to bring the person back to life. All right. If you're interested in bringing the person back to life, you need to do what we call crisis management strategies. And crisis management strategies are designed to get you out of that situation. It's not a teaching strategy. It's not a treatment strategy in the sense that if you get the naloxone shot or whatever, then you're never going to have this problem again. All it does is get you out of that situation. All right. And that's critical because if you never get out of that situation, then you're not going to be around. And and then, hang on, sorry, just for my notes. The third thing, the last thing is once the person recovers from the drug overdose or from the heart attack, hopefully they recover, then the next thing is treatment. What do you do so that this doesn't happen again? And that comes in the form of more education. But think about it. If the education didn't work the first time, chances are for that person, it's not going to work again. You need something stronger. And that's where I think our society falls down in that we don't have enough treatment programs out there. All right. But make no mistake, you cannot sub in one form of strategy for another. For example, if you're trying to teach prevention, you don't give them naloxone shots to say, there, you know, to sort of get the pattern of, oh, I guess I shouldn't take drugs or whatever. And so, but when you're in that drug overdose state and when you're having a heart attack, the only thing that are going to bring you back to life is the AEDs and the naloxone kits, and good luck. All right. I kind of equate to you know, in terms of if your house is on fire, all right, if your house is on fire, I mean, unfortunately, all the proactive strategy that you did to not have your house catch on fire, like putting in smoke alarms and coming with fire routes and everything, also didn't work because your house caught on fire. If your house is on fire, would you want us to send an educator to your house to say, you know, you should put some fire alarms over here, and you need to have a emergency kit or whatever? No, you want someone to come and put out the fire. You want the fire trucks to come and spray water all over your house and put the fire out. Once the fire has been put out, then you go back into thinking, what happened? What do we do so this doesn't happen again? All right. So, you know, just getting back to all this, if you look at from a very objective point, like there are 3 strategies you want to do, but you can't use the naloxone or the AEDs as proactive strategies because it's too late, right? And so anyways, I'm kind of going in circles here, but I hope you guys get my point in that, you know, certain situations require certain sort of strategies, and proactive strategies, I'll stress again, are very good and very important, but they don't bring people back to life. All right. Thank you. Oh, actually, and on that note too, just so that we keep our discussion going in one direction, I'm going to make a motion that we adopt.
Say something.
Just no,
Nope.
not yet.
You can after. I'm gonna make a motion that we move recommendation 1, that the Board of Education approve first aid kits to be augmented to include naloxone kits and the installation of automated external defibrillators in schools and district facilities.
Do I have a seconder?
So I have a question.
Just a minute.
Not yet.
Trustee Tablotny?
Yes,
So
I
is
seconded.
to Cindy.
No.
To
Someone's gonna second it.
clarify the recommendation 1 and 2 is combined together?
No. Because she's,
Order.
Point, yes, please, go ahead.
Point of order.
Excuse me,
He seconded.
you're gonna have.
excuse me, we have a point of order.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think what Trustee Hamaguchi did was he had moved the motion.
Just move the motion.
And then
Right.
Debbie, excuse me, Trustee Topolani has seconded.
Yes.
And so right now, I think if I'm reading the standing orders correct, we're into debate of motions.
Exactly. So questions, comments, it's been seconded. So if that's what
I'll
you
have a
like, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So the reports is go to the public. So you have, I see that you have collect the, where have, which district have the Radisson and the AED? So just like one is a self-school. One is just like, I think about is that we are, provincial have 60 school district. Is that enough to prove? That is that we need it, and the Richmond is the really low risk. So maybe my opinion is that the decision is a need to postpone, and Radisson kids and the AED is that separate to decide that to put in the school, use in the school.
Thank you, Trustee Wong. Any other questions or comments? Trustee Beliza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, when I go over this information, I ask myself, we have policy in place to prohibit this drug. Now we are called upon to decide whether to accept this recommendation. We are called upon to prohibit these drugs, but at the same token, when you are in an overdose, we are here to help you. Sometimes it's very hard to understand, it's so ironic, but we are a country, a humane society, where there is a value of the precious gift of human life.
Yes.
But it doesn't take away that responsibility of prohibiting these drugs. Okay. Now, my question to our worthy Assistant Superintendent, to your knowledge, is there a case where there is an overdose in our school district that applies this Naloxone and AED? And second, what are the opinions or suggestions of the ministry and the Vancouver Coastal Health with regard to this administrations of this and related to risk management and training? And the third one would be, you mentioned about Good Samaritan Act and the Health Professional Act. Now, my question would be, because Good Samaritan Act help individuals and the same with the Professional Act. If it is within our district, is the district or the schools free from that responsibility and liability by the actions of this Samaritan individual? Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you so much. And through the chair, there are several questions there to respond to. And the first one, I go back to VCH has indicated that the Richmond School District and the Richmond community has a very low risk of opioid overdose and a very low risk of cardiac arrest that have occurred in our community. And as I think many of us will know, that encompasses people who are in our schools and our facility sites. And so it's not so much an argument of because we have that risk that we're putting these in. We're looking at these as an augmentation because of the duty of care that we have as our obligation to our community. And we're doing that, as was identified earlier, based on the significant consequence that would arise for an individual if they were to experience cardiac arrest, in that rare case that they might experience that, or in the rare case that any member of our community on one of our facility sites might experience an overdose. With respect to the second question around liability, the Good Samaritan Act, of course, sort of transcends sort of locations and that kind of thing. It spans across the country, as you know, and it's open to all people, whether you're acting in a professional capacity or just as a helpful citizen capacity. We also, of course, have our own internal insurance policies and indemnity aspects as school district employees. And so all school district employees, if they are acting in good capacity as carrying out their duties as an employee to the districts, are protected for indemnity, and we would support those employees. Of course, when we consider who would be applying these tools, we're looking at trained professionals. So every school, and I know this question came up earlier when we had our student presentation, that it's wonderful that we have our student first aiders. Every school site and every district facility sites has 2 trained first aiders on staff. That's an annual process that we go through. We fund that through work. We fund that, and it's required by WorkSafe BC. And we have a level 2 trained person as well as a second or a backup. In some of our other facility sites, such as our maintenance facilities, we have additional first aiders who have higher levels of training. And so when we consider augmentation, while all of these folks do get CPR training and AED training, they have not necessarily been formally trained around how to administrate naloxone. However, in the second level first aid, all of the naloxone sort of awareness strategies of how to recognize an overdose, that kind of thing are in place. Currently, training for nasal spray is not required, and it's not actually sort of deemed that it must happen if you are using nasal spray naloxone. The simple method of that is you approach the patient, you spray the nasal spray like you would nasal spray for congestion into the nostrils. You monitor as the students were describing. Training for injectable there are lots of resources for having that training. If we were to go down the road of pursuing this recommendation, we would be consulting with our union partner groups to have a discussion around what training could look like and how we would facilitate and fund that training to ensure that the people who are providing that extra layer of care are adequately trained and kept up to date on that. And the final question, I think I would come back to the balance between our duties as an educational institution and our duties as an institution that cares for its community. And I think your comment was a very good one. At the very core, we're here to educate, we're here to provide preventative learning so that our students and our employees make good decisions and make good, healthy life choices. But at the end of the day, we cannot guarantee that everybody will make the right choice or not suffer an incident. And so in those situations, we want to make sure that given the consequence of it, we have the safety measures in place to be able to respond to that in a way that allows us to ensure to the greatest extent possible that they have a positive outcome at the end of that.
Thank you. I have
to follow up, Madam Chair. To your knowledge, is there a case of overdose in our school district?
There has not been.
Trustee Jablotny, thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Hamaguchi.
We haven't had an overdose happen in school, but we have lost school-age children in the district, and I happen to know that for sure.
Yep.
But it occurred at home, unfortunately. Okay. I've made so many notes, they're just all over the place. But I'm glad that we're finally considering this motion to, you know, to do a feasibility study. I brought it forward in December, and I really want to thank our staff because, and especially Mr. Stanger for their intensive work and the report, because I believe that we have enough information to proceed with augmenting our safety practices by providing naloxone kits and AEDs for the purpose of first aid. Just because we don't allow drugs in our schools, and we do have a code of conduct, and we do disapprove of drug use, and we do drug education, it doesn't mean that they won't do it. Young people experiment. People experiment. It is rampant. We're facing a national overdose crisis that's claimed 42,494 lives across Canada since 2016. That is a huge number. We worried about COVID and what happened there. This is bigger. The numbers in BC are 14,000 since 2016 and 2,558 in 2023. There have been 763 deaths so far this year. And 6 of those were children aged 0 to 18. Now, you may think that's a small number, but if that was your child, you would be grieving. That is terrible. Even 6 is too many. And that doesn't mean that we won't have more. Numbers are rising. They're not going down. There were 335 overdose calls in Richmond alone in 2023. That was calls to emergency. Many of our students carry prescription inhalers. They have EpiPens to treat asthma or allergic reactions and medication for diabetes. Some of them include a needle, although they're getting better with those things. But we have to destigmatize substance use disorders and treat naloxone as a valuable life-saving tool. That's what it is. And that's what we want to have in our schools, naloxone and AEDs to treat a crisis, if it happens. Accidents can happen anywhere, anytime, and you need to be prepared. When I was a Brownie and a Girl Guide, our motto was be prepared. It's important. This is what we're trying to do. Sudden heart attacks can strike at any time, and valuable time can be saved by using an AED. And age is not a factor because cardiac arrest can happen in a seemingly healthy, active child. And it's happened. It's happened in Richmond. And luckily, at McNeil Secondary, there was an AED. It was a sudden attack, and the child had nothing wrong with them. And naloxone, the importance of administering naloxone is that brain damage, when a person is not getting oxygen, brain damage starts happening right away. So if that was your child that made a mistake, picked something up, possibly there was a student in Nanaimo that picked up a bag of drugs he found on the playground. Thank goodness he took it to his parents. If he'd opened it, inhaled it, tasted it, would be a different story. Would you not want a naloxone kit there to reverse that right away because the brain damage would start immediately? Anyway, the new AED models are user-friendly, they're intelligent, form of technology, and they'll tell you whether shock's needed or not. So they're very easy to use. And when you have many students, parents, teachers, staff in a building, the chances of an emergency are greatly increased. So, why wouldn't you have these tools at hand to stop someone from losing their life? This just makes sense. It's a health and safety issue. This is not about drugs. It's not sending a bad message. We still need to educate our children not to do drugs. We need to educate them that that the opioid crisis is dangerous, and they are facing drugs that are extremely dangerous. The drugs are tainted. None of us want our students to do drugs, but students experiment, and we need to be ready and to respond to an accident or an intentional use that was a boo-boo on the part of our kids, because we know they're going to do things that we don't want them to do, regardless of the parenting. So I am totally in favor of this. It's long overdue, and I think they should be in schools across the province, both AEDs and naloxone. And to tell you the truth, there was an announcement made by the ministry that they are, in response to the girl 18 years old in Victoria, her first year at university, who died from an overdose, that they feel that naloxone training or CPR training, which probably would include naloxone training, needs to be for all secondary schools and universities, because the toxic drug crisis marches on. So yes, we need to do a lot. The work is huge, and all 4 pillars need to be implemented. And that includes treatment. But we need to be prepared for accidents, and that's what this motion is doing. So
Thank
the
you.
rest of my case.
Thank you, Trustee
Thank you.
Kibani. Trustee Hamaguchi, followed by Trustee Yang,
Yeah,
followed by me.
try not to ramble so much this time. Two themes that
Yeah,
kind
I
of
get
stuck out for me tonight, listening to people in the audience. One being that, geez, the odds of this happening is so low. I mean, do we really need to have these naloxone kits in our school? And it's hardly, they're never going to use it. We haven't used it yet this year. And then RTA President Liz Baverstock talked about, treating these kids, are they numbers or are they people? They're numbers, you can play around with numbers and you can justify a lot of things. When you look at them as people, your kids, the kids that we're supposed to take care of, look after. I don't want to take chances with something happening that was totally unplanned in terms of an overdose, and not have the resources to fix it when we have resources are available to us, right? I'm going to take no pride and if a child, if we put them in the schools and nothing happens, I'd be the happiest person. And you know what? Yeah, maybe it'll expire and we will spend all this money, but the peace of mind and knowing that we can keep your kids safe, like that's what it's about. And, maybe you want to gamble, but I'll look at it like, well, what are the odds? Well, 1 in 1,000, well, you know what? I think many people buy lottery tickets, and the odds of you winning a lottery ticket is probably like 1 in $14 million, but you still do it because there's a chance you can win. And for you ones who think that, what's the odds? Very low. But just like a lottery, I don't want to say you're going to win, but you might be right. It might be your kid. All right. And I don't know how much, I would feel for anyone. I think the worst feeling is if your child were to pass away in that manner, and there was a chance you could have done something, any parent would, I don't think they can live with themselves. And I don't want any of you guys to go through that. And I don't want to go through that. And I don't want our kids to be lying on the ground there and not being resuscitated because, the odds are we don't really need it in this school, because we're not an inner city school. We're over at Bucklewax and those kids there, they won't do that. No, my kid's not an inner city school kid. It can happen anywhere to anyone. And if we really care for our kids, we are going to do everything we can. And if it costs us a few dollars to put a machine in there, so be it. The kids are worth it. Right. So, and at the end of the day, I know everyone in this room here wants the best for their kids. No one wants their kids to experience a drug overdose or have a heart attack or anything like that. No one does. But like I said, well, the brownies or the Girl Guides or whatever, be prepared. And that's all we're trying to do is be prepared for the sake of your kids. All right, thank you.
I've got trustee Yang, followed by myself, and then trustee Lisa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Certainly this is a very rich conversation we're having tonight. But I would be remiss if I didn't thank Mr. Stanger for this report. This is pretty extensive research that we've done, and you've done what we've asked for when all of us voted to look into this issue back in December and for us to do some homework. So I want to really thank you for that, and for all other staff members that have supported some of the findings in this report. While I have the floor, I did want to, I guess, let everybody know how conversations, from my perspective, how things have been for me on this particular file of health and safety in our district. Last year was my first year on the board, and I had an opportunity to attend a capstone presentation at McRoberts Secondary. Very fantastic lineup of students showcasing their academic achievements. And one student named Ethan had shown me this capstone project that he did at McRoberts Secondary. And, naturally, I was curious, so asking him questions about how his first responders work and what have you. And he posed a question to me, and he said, "Trustee Yang, why don't we have why don't we have AEDs in our district?" And my response was, "Good question, because I don't know either." And from this research, from this finding, I think it's clear that we don't have AEDs in any of our schools. So I suppose there's the answer. But I did want to take this opportunity to thank Ethan for sparking those conversations, those initial conversations for me as a newer trustee. And while I have the floor, I also wanted to show everybody the naloxone kit that I carry as a first aid attendant. So when I went through a rigorous training, it was 5 long days of training. And towards the very end, as we're wrapping up things, our instructor was letting you know, "Hey, we have this opportunity for naloxone training. Would you like to participate?" And sure enough, almost everybody in the room had gone to that session, because our instructor was basically saying, this is the reality that we're seeing in our communities. The reality of people not having these resources and suffering great health consequences. So this is the nasal one I have, but certainly something that I keep with me as a first aid attendant in my workplace, but certainly as a community member. I want to make one point very, very clear tonight, and is the point being that AEDs and naloxone are first aid tools that are supported by medical science and conventional first aid practices. And I think staff has done clear research on the nature of these first aid tools and has included medical evidence to support this report, and I suggest everybody to read it in depth. What struck me in the report was the statistics from the Heart and Stroke Foundation, indicating that the immediate use of an AED along with CPR can increase the chance of survival for somebody in a cardiac arrest by 75% or more. So 0 to 100, I think 75 is a pretty good bet. When I go around the community, I see AEDs everywhere. They're in hospitals, SkyTrain stations, hockey rinks, airport, and the list goes on and on and on. And so certainly something that's supported through our healthcare practices. Now, naloxone is also, the scientific nature of naloxone was very clear in the report, and again, thanks for that. And also, just as an additional resource, I think Health Link BC, which is the province's health website, which is available in several languages, and I suggest the public to explore those resources. It states that naloxone is a medicine that reverses the effects of opiate poisonings. It is not itself an opioid, it is not addictive or psychoactive substance. And on the question of whether or not naloxone leads to more drug use, and I'm quoting directly from the document, quote, "No, studies have shown that providing naloxone to people who use opioids does not lead to increased drug use or risk-taking behavior. Training in naloxone administration increases awareness about drug safety. The training empowers individuals by providing valuable knowledge and tools to save a human life." And again, this is directly from HealthLink BC, which is the health website for our province. As a first aid attendant, I also turn to my training to see what the relevant facts are. And it's pretty clear from WorkSafe BC's Occupational First Aid Training Manual, which states, quote, "The occupational first aid attendant's main responsibility in cases of substance use is to maintain life support while obtaining medical help. The occupational first aid attendant should be aware that alcohol and drugs may be involved where injuries occur in the workplace." It goes on to saying, quote, "The OFA attendant may encounter an injured worker where substance abuse has played a significant role. The intention of this section in the manual is not to train the OFA attendant on how to deal with the general problem of substance abuse, but to heighten the OFA's attendant's awareness of the possibility of substance abuse when confronted with an injured worker." It also goes on to saying, quote, "The use of the opioid antagonists such as naloxone, also known as Narcan, for treatment of a suspected opioid overdose is within the scope and services that an OFA attendant may provide." So I just wanted to get that clear because as folks in this realm, it's very clear that certainly that these tools are indeed first aid tools that are safe and are supported by medical science. And I think what I believe, based on all the relevant facts and literature, and I think that the inclusion of AEDs in naloxone in the district, in our district's first aid practices, will indeed enhance the safety of staff, students, and community members. As some of you have already alluded to, accidents and medical emergency can happen anytime, anywhere. And not only is that true in our school district, in our facilities, it's a fact of life. And whether or not we like it, it's a unfortunate fact that we have to accept. And in any case, the first responder's job is to keep someone alive in a medical emergency with their training and tools until paramedics arrive. And I think those in the room that have that training will attest to that comment. And indeed, we've seen accidents and medical emergency happen in the community. Just last year, in July 2023, a group of McRoberts students fortunately saved a man at the South Arm Community Center by using an AED. They were present, the AED was there, and they were able to bring that gentleman back to life. More tragically, though, we did see a incident of death and somebody passed away in December when somebody was playing soccer on the Richmond Secondary turf field. And my hearts go out to their loved ones. But, according to reports, and to me, what was harrowing about that incident was that Samaritans reportedly knocked on the doors of Richmond Secondary to see if there was anybody in the school with an AED, but they couldn't find one. And I think we have to all put it into perspective. These are folks that were trying to save their friend, and when in such an important matter of life or death, they weren't able to find that resource. And it just aches my heart to say this, but I think it needs to be said given that we are facing emergencies and medical episodes in our community. It's a fact. And I think just bringing it back to AEDs in the naloxone, what will it do? Well, I think it will complement the existing tools and practices that we have within the district to keep everybody safe. We have EpiPens, we have Band-Aids, we have a range of first aid medical tools that are in first aid kits in our schools. And as we've heard time and time again, the training process is rigorous and certification is required to use to be in a first aid attendant, to be in a position to save lives. You know, our district's facilities are places where community members also come together for various purposes and not just for educational purposes. We have floor hockey programs that run in district spaces, adult education programs, community events. So I think their health and safety is also important while considering our practices of first aid. And again, to the report and to the comments made, we already have districts that have these first aid tools and to be able to help in these situations. And so it really is not an earth-shattering idea that just comes out of nowhere. I do want to address some of the points made in regards to drug use in general. While drug use and drug education prevention is rightly an important conversation, and it does warrant discussion. I think we all believe that as trustees of public education in our community. Really, the purpose of this report and this motion is to address the first aid piece. And so we will have, we have ample time to discuss this and bring forward constructive solutions, but I think we need to be on scope, and the scope of tonight's discussion is on what we're doing with the district's first aid practices. It has been alluded to earlier about drug use in our schools, and I just want to make it clear that it's my understanding that existing district policy is that drugs and substance, whether it's alcohol, whether it's you name it, are prohibited. And that's a full stop. That is our district policy. And any violations of this, of these policies in the code of conduct are dealt with on a case-by-case basis. Law enforcement may be involved, and this will not change, and it has not changed. And so while I have the floor, I also did want to just address some comments from the public. Again, thank you all very much for being here. You all keep us accountable in our work to represent you in this public institutions. The equivalency, I don't think we should draw equivalencies that just because naloxone is in our schools, that it will somehow encourage drug use. I think that's been, studies have proven that to be wrong. And just like EpiPens, we have EpiPens in schools that prevent peanut allergies. It does not encourage more peanut consumption in our school. And I think we just have to be aware of these assumptions that we do make and actually look at the facts. To the role of education, it's absolutely paramount, and I think we've made that point quite clear throughout tonight. Within our physical and health education curriculum, province-wide, it is stated very clearly that education around psychoactive substances are part of the curriculum, and I suggest folks to take a look at that because that's a very important part of this conversation is how do we educate and work on the prevention, but that's one piece. Again, tonight we're talking about a different piece, but it's there and we need to strengthen it. Very last point I want to make. I think I speak.
So is that regarding this one? So or is that his own expression? So you need to cut the time because now is the first time for this, right?
He's just giving his last point, and then
Okay.
and then I'm going to speak, and then Rod.
Okay, thank you.
So I think when we're talking about essential life-saving first aid, this should not be a matter of politics. And I'm not going to pretend to ignore the intentional political response by partisan activists tonight. Earlier, we saw one of the candidates for the upcoming provincial election from the BC United Party. We have a member of the BC Conservative Party in the room tonight. And I think that needs to be acknowledged as well. Here's a quote from a BC Conservative Party member, a prominent BC Conservative Party member, quote, "I believe it's crucial for BC to provide free nasal naloxone everywhere in the province," end quote. It is crucial that nasal naloxone be available for free everywhere in BC. And here's what BC United had said on May 22nd of 2024, quote, "It's essential the government provides free nasal naloxone across the province." Furthermore, if you look at the Federal Conservative Party 2021 platform, it clearly states the commitment to expand access to naloxone. So from all this political consensus to where we are tonight, it puzzles me why this is happening tonight. And in fact, we don't have to look far. We can look at our municipal politicians, and perhaps Trustee Wong and Trustee Beliza can help me square this circle. On December 11, 2023, when asked whether naloxone kits are made available, should be made available for the public to access at all Richmond civic buildings, including the Richmond Oval, all mayor and council voted unanimously to agree to this motion, including member of the Richmond Community Coalition, of which Trustee Wong and Trustee Beliza are part of, Councillor Chakao. He voted in favor of having these
Oh, is that,
life-saving measures.
regarding this? Yeah,
Point of order.
I know, is that,
I-
yeah,
Yeah, just,
we need to control the time,
okay, just a minute.
yeah.
David is, pardon me,
So-
Trustee Yang is
How is it,
finished.
yeah, I'm waiting for this one,
Just,
yeah.
So my last plead for the community and for our district is that we should not be politicizing basic life-saving first aid. And based on the facts and evidence that are presented in the report tonight, and for all the reasons I've outlined, I will be supporting the motion moved by Trustee Hamaguchi. Thank you.
okay, thank you. I just have a quick comment. I am very much in favor of Trustee Hamaguchi's motion. But one thing I think is really important for people to remember is that we're talking about accidental overdose, not necessarily intentional, possibly things like morphine, codeine, oxycodone, Percocet. These are all opioids that are prescribed sometimes after a surgery, and that could cause an overdose. It's not always the idea that we're having naloxone because a drug addict might overdose. We have to take that out of our only way of thinking, I feel. I think that's really important. Fentanyl is prescribed for pain. Fentanyl is prescribed to dogs or cats after they've had surgery. And if they're outside and those patches fall off, children can pick them up. That could be an accidental overdose. And for us not to be prepared to have a kit that maybe we never have to use, like a water station for your eyes or whatever. And again, our community uses our schools. And I just think I wanted to add that. Now, Trustee Beliza, you have a quick question, and then I'm going to call.
Village motion, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this very good and comprehensive report. It's a well-balanced presentations of the different reasons and issues. Now, recommendation number one, that the Board of Education approve first aid kits augmented to include naloxone kits and the installation of automated external defibrillation, which means we have to approve the use of this one in our school district. Now, as a trustee, I have a question in my mind. What is the liability of the schools and the school district in this regard? Second, the funding source. Is it a priority compared to other needs of the school district. Then the risk assessment. Then the training. And this last one, sense of urgency, that it cannot wait until September 2024, when the Ministry of Education
If you do it.
will unveil
No.
their policy and the regulations for the province. Let me
No, go ahead.
read some of the comments in our report. In BC, the Ministry of Education and Childcare currently defers responsibility to individual school districts regarding whether to provide naloxone kits and or train staff on how to use them. In September 2024, the ministry is scheduled to unveil a risk assessment tool that is designed to assist districts with determining whether to stock naloxone kits and where to access training. See page 19 of the report. The province has not established legislation regarding the administering of naloxone, but recommends training for injectable naloxone. Currently, there is no legislated requirement to provide AEDs or H in K-12 schools in BC. The Provincial Health Office does not currently advocate placing AED in all schools as part of the general health and safety measures or emergency first aid program. See page 22 of the report. Then my take, insofar as the ministry is concerned, that before the ministry unveiled its policy on naloxone and AED, we are proceeding at our own risk and expense. That's the fact. Then Vancouver Coastal Health. Vancouver Coastal Health data reveals that the Richmond community has among the lowest opioid overdose prevalence rates in BC, and that occurrence of an opioid overdose in one of our school district facilities is considered to be a low risk. See page 16 of the report. And it suggests that the district consider conducting risk assessment and consider having emergency naloxone application on site along with training for this school and the district facilities. So both ministry and the BCH recommend training, recommend risk assessment first and training. Okay. In the last 10 years, there has not been an incident where an AED was required in the Richmond school or facility as part of the response to a medical emergency. BCH does not have any position on AED implementation in school. See that on page 23 of the report. So my take is that, considering that SD 38 is considered to be a low risk, risk assessment, training, and substance use prevention education curriculum are needed for consideration before we approve the first recommendation. And in school district number 38, one of the recommendations is that with respect to naloxone being part of the district emergency preparedness response program, the district could conduct risk assessment for individual location, and based on the result of this assessment, consider having emergency naloxone application on site, along training for the school and district facilities. The currently available risk assessment tool for school is expected to be released by the Ministry of Education and Child Care in fall of 2024. See page 24 of the report.
Sorry. Are you almost?
While BC has legislation to require and regulate the access to AED by the public in a myriad of settings, schools and school district sites are not included within the scope of the legislation based on page 24 of the report. BC Defibrillators Public Access Act requires owners of designated public premises to install AED. It must be maintained, regularly tested, and be made available for use by the public. See page 22 of the report. So, to me, why do we have to decide what's the urgency? What's the liability if we are acting on our own? Can we not wait? It's summer, pretty soon, until the BC ministry acted on all this, and they will unveil, because we're under the ministry, and if they will unveil something on this regard, their liability will be theirs, not ours, because we are just instrumentality of this provincial government. So, am I prepared to vote?
Okay.
I would rather wait. I think prudence will dictate that, a question of few months, we are more in a better position to decide as to, decide what is good for this. I'm not against. I always value human life, the gift, of human life. But as a trustee, I have the responsibility to make sure that we are doing the right thing, the right time, for right reason.
Thank you. I'm going to call the question. We've had the motion, Trustee Hamaguchi's motion, seconded. We've had discussion. I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Pardon me? Yet, that's not for a bit. We have quite a bit more work before the second question opportunity. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Stanger. Appreciate your time and your informative report. Oh, we've got the second, we have the second motion now, or the second, sorry. That was the first recommendation. Sorry about that. So, would you like me to read the second one?
Sure.
Or recommendation, or where is it? Okay. Recommendation 2, that the Board of Education, the board, directs staff to prepare an implementation plan report for the September 2024 public meeting of the board. The report will include, but is not limited to, associated costs, timelines, training requirements, and engagement processes with partner groups. Do I have a motion? Trustee Tablotny, seconded by Trustee Yang. Discussion?
I'll just say a few quick words. I think what this next step is going to be is to do further homework on exactly what that would look like in our district facilities, and this will include input from our education partners. And so I'm looking forward to see what staff brings back. But you know, one thing that's really important in this discussion is to make sure that we have the adequate training. And that's what's going to make our first aid regime strong in our district. And so I'm sure those work will continue and look forward to seeing that in September. Thanks.
I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Oh,
Sorry, pardon me. Go ahead.
So I just asked that if just oppose the recommendation one. So is that I need to just go to implementation plan report? If this come out, so that's what for, is that for more review or more feedback or collect more information?
One, can you, sorry, can you just so I understand what you're,
So my question is that now this the recommendation two is a prepare implementation plan report. So do you have any, just like as me is opposed to recommendation one, is just like I would like more feedback or more information or more review. Is that is included in this implementation plan, the report?
would it be safe to say that that's what we're,
I could comment operationally, and at the end of the day, of course, the governance is in your hands, but the construct is that you would be guiding us to, yes, go and develop an implementation plan. It's not something that we would implement without bringing back to you for review. And so what we would be doing is we would be costing out if we were to put AEDs in a secondary school. One of the things we would have to consider is WorkSafe BC requirements around distance. And so it may be that based on what we find that we might have to have 3 AEDs, say, in a large secondary school. And so we would also consult with our union partners regarding the training options that we need to do. And, you know, when we think about the current training that we provide, how are we enhancing that training? How are we providing, say, for example, release time for folks to get trained, that kind of thing. And then we would also bring sort of an implementation timeline, how long it would take us to gather the supplies together. For example, there may be, you know, a shortage on nasal naloxone supply, that kind of thing. And so we would want to gather all of that information, bring that forward to you, present it as a report, and then that would be over to you to make a decision for next steps.
Okay.
thank you. I think if I understand correctly, just before, yeah, I can see, thank you. Just before is that what you've just explained is a plan,
Correct.
correct? So I think that's that piece that helps pull it together, is it's an implementation plan, which encourages. Go ahead, Trustee Beliza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The way I understand recommendation number 2 is we approve first that we will augment the use of naloxone and AED without first knowing how much would it cost, what are the requirements by the VCH and the ministry with regard to risk assessment and rating, whether it's feasible or not, without waiting the ministry unveiling their regulations and policy. So to me, just like before all these concerns are being asked, we have already approved, you know, the recommendation number 1. To me, to my thinking, before we approve on anything, we have to know already the answers to our concerns. But it seems that we will augment first, then we will implement later. What happens if we cannot afford the cost? What can we do? What are the options of the board? We approve, then later on we cannot afford. We approve, and then the need is not there because we have the risk assessment. We approve that probably, I don't know what augment means, whether we have to supply everything, every schools in our district. So it's still vague. So I'd like to know, and to me, a little bit late to consider all this, but I think the way we are trying to approve things, I guess, I hope should be improved next time.
Thank you, Trustee Beliza. I'll call the, is there in, call the question? All those in favor? Opposed?
I will abstain.
No,
Abstain.
you need to vote.
You can't abstain.
You have to vote. If you're opposed or you,
I
Accept.
thought,
No,
to me in the policy that I cannot abstain.
you,
you can't.
it's our role to vote.
That's why it's, you may kindly,
Okay,
kindly,
we've had this, we've had the discussion before. That's okay. So motion carried. With Trustee Beliza abstaining and Trustee Wong, did you abstain as well?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I believe if we go into our policy, it'll show very clear that by abstaining, it is the default
Yes.
negative.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to raise that. Thank you.
Thank you.
For clarity.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sending away you too quickly. Just note, we have quite a few items we have to work on, and then there'll be a question period. Okay, so we are on item 7B, which is our strategic plan update, priority 3, from our Secretary Treasurer and Executive Director, Mr. Lang.
Good evening. It is our privilege to provide an update on Strategic Priority 3, optimize facilities and technology, and to share about the progress that has been made throughout this school year. A more detailed report is included in the public agenda packages from pages 25 to 36. Strategic Priority 3 focuses on optimizing and improving our facilities and technologies to provide a learning environment that is safe, secure, and accessible, and that inspires innovation and creativity. Strategic Priority 3 has 3 goals. I will speak to goal number 1, and then I'll pass it along to our Secretary Treasurer to provide an update on goal 2 and 3. After we have shared all 3 goals, we will welcome questions and or comments. I would like to share some highlights and evidence of the good progress that has been made this year. This has been a successful year in achieving our goals, objectives, and action items. New challenges and opportunities have arisen, such as the enhancements of artificial intelligence and workflow automation that will continue to be embedded in future years of the plan. We have seen another year of increase in access to technology hardware and software as per Objective 2. The number of devices accessible to students has increased through the utilization of district lending carts, expanding the school-funded technology lease model, and making X-Lease devices available for schools to purchase. We've custom developed some workflow automations to increase the effectiveness and efficiency within learning and business departments, and have continued plans to expand this work. We were pleased to launch a data analytics landing page that provides centralized access for schools and district leaders to access custom designed data dashboards. These dashboards convert long spreadsheets of data into simple graphic interface that is user-friendly and easy to understand. It has also been a very busy year for launching 6 requests for proposals to ensure we remain current, stable, secure, and relevant to support student learning. A few examples of these RFPs include print management, computing infrastructure, leasing services, and network infrastructure. We remain committed to expanding professional learning opportunities to support the integration of technology, and we are pleased with the success that we've had this year. We've hosted professional learning sessions during the professional development days, where all staff are invited to participate and can choose the sessions of interest. These have been hosted within schools across the district to provide convenient access for staff, and we've had strong staff participation. In addition to this, our staff continue to provide one-on-one, small group, and larger group sessions to meet the needs of our staff, in addition to completing over 800 work orders on average per month, plus supporting over 1,800 help desk calls on average per month. With the launch of RichNet, we have also monitored the site analytics to see that staff are accessing the technology resources that are being made available to them. This includes resources, websites, videos, and communication bulletins. We are excited to continue to grow the Tech Mentor program that was implemented and includes at least one representative from every school and district site. A consistent focus has been on consolidating the number of software platforms that are used to centralize on common tools. On average, we've seen an increase of approximately 25% use from last year with the use of Microsoft Teams, and have also seen an increase in student use of these core platforms. All students and staff have full access to use a Microsoft suite of applications when working on a school device, but also when working from home on a personal device. When we launched Microsoft Teams, most of the teams were being used for collaboration amongst staff within a school or department. We are now tracking an increase in new teams that are being created to request to allow staff across sites, across the district, to collaborate on teaching and learning topics and pedagogical conversations. This was our first launch of personal student accounts, which provides students with the ability to log into any district device to have full access to their account and save files. This design has allowed greater continuity of access for students to utilize the tools to assist in their learning. Strengthening the security of our network, data, software, systems, and practices is one of the areas where we have made remarkable progress this year. We have successfully accomplished the task of enrolling every SD38 staff member in multi-factor authentication. This is a task that most school districts have not even started. MFA will transform our user account security and will drastically reduce the risk of compromised accounts. I would like to acknowledge all of our staff partner groups for their cooperation, support, and understanding of this important work. We have launched our video surveillance project, and cabling and cameras will begin to be installed in some of our schools this summer. We've completed security enhancements with our email systems, implemented software to increase visibility into internal and external server vulnerabilities, and are developing incident response plans and playbooks to increase our preparedness for a potential cyber threat. Objectives 6 and 7 continue to build upon the theme of security. Numerous initiatives have been completed to enhance cybersecurity awareness and education. We've increased the number of internal phishing campaigns that have been conducted and increased their specificity and complexity to reflect more sophisticated examples of real-life phishing simulations. Each phishing campaign links to an educational module to provide more learning for our users. We are launching a wireless network RFP to update our wireless network infrastructure to increase security, coverage, and access, while also allowing for greater network segmentation and device authentication management. All of this work is important and contributes to helping us achieve our goal of technology infrastructure that is stable, secure, and relevant to support student learning. The team has worked extremely hard throughout the year And I would like to acknowledge and thank all members of the Learning and Business Technology team, our digital literacy consultants, and all the teacher consultants and the staff and students for their engagement, partnership, commitment, patience, and innovation with using technology as a tool to enhance and support learning, as well as for the business functions and efficiencies. We, as a district, are extremely fortunate to have the dedicated and skilled individuals that we have on our Learning and Business Technology team, and it's my honor to work alongside them. I would now like to invite Secretary Treasurer Cindy Wang to provide an update on Goal 2 and 3.
Thank you, Rob. I now will report on Priority 3, Goal 2 and 3. Goal 2 is the district's facilities are well-maintained, equitable, safe, and conducive to learning. At the Facilities Services Department, we have over 230 staff members in maintenance, stores, transportation, operations, administrative, and management positions. I'd like to take this opportunity to celebrate the great accomplishments by our Facilities Department in achieving the goals and objectives embedded in the strategic plan. So the department received approximately 18,000 service requests every year, and they have completed over 60 facilities renewal projects to ensure all buildings are healthy, safe, and equitable learning spaces for all students and staff. Out of these projects, because of the limited time and space, on the next slide, we are only going to show 3 examples here. So the first example is the roofing project for Canby Secondary School, which has won a Pinnacle Innovation Award. This innovative project has saved the district a significant amount of funding and is a significant betterment to our school building. The next picture on the slide is a rainbow crosswalk in McRoberts Secondary School by our painting department. The picture at the bottom right corner is the ventilation unit in the elementary school classroom. This is a part of the ventilation project approved by the board for over 200 rooms in 13 elementary schools. So moving on to the next slide, Richmond project team and Facility Services Department, they continue to work as a cohesive team. They work together to provide optimized maintenance and betterment to our school and district buildings. And moving on to the next slide, Richmond project team has 8 staff members. This is a smaller team, but they're doing mighty work. For this school year, the team completed the 25-26 capital plan and 24-25 eligible school site proposal. The team has been working diligently with the City of Richmond and ministry staff, as well as the facilities staff on city center school planning to address the space shortages in the city center area. The team is also in the process of completing six childcare facilities, as well as the modular classroom additions in Cook, Brick House, and Tommy Elementary Schools. So on this slide, the picture at the bottom left corner, that's an example of the Cook Elementary School modular classroom addition project. And the other picture is the Maple Lane child care facility. And moving on to the next slide, the project team is dedicated to work with the Ministry of Education to accelerate the seismic upgrade program in Richmond. Currently, the team is working on 2 elementary schools, DeBeck and Dixon. They're under construction. The picture here is showing the before and after effects for the James Whiteside Elementary School seismic project. So moving on to the next slide, we do have our facilities department is working really, really hard throughout the year, and they have completed a large amount of minor capital projects, renovating our classrooms and our libraries. So on this slide, this is an example. These are 2 examples for library renovation project. They're working really hard to provide flexible and more flexible and inclusive spaces for our students and staff. So moving on to the next slide, goal 3 is the district facilities. We are fostering energy efficiency and environmentally sustainable practices in our facilities. Region project team, facilities services department, they work very closely with our 2 energy managers, leveraging the major and minor capital projects to implement the greenhouse gas emission reduction measures. On this slide, this is an example of a high efficiency heating system installed in all of our elementary schools. Our staff of the Facility Services Department and Richmond Project Team, they are extremely proud of what they do. They understand they're integral part of the Richmond learning community, and their work contributes to the implementation of the strategic priorities and goals set out in our strategic plan. So we are proud of their work, and this is my report. We're happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Any questions, comments? Go ahead, Trustee Yang.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just a quick comment. Thank you very much to Mr. Lang, Ms. Lang, for the presentation. And part of this work is to keep the board updated on where we are with our strategic plan, and so we'll certainly appreciate the information. What caught my eye was our progress on the district sustainability action plan, and I think it was highlighted in the report in the 2023-24 school year. We've made significant progress in all our targets, and I think that's something to be proud of. So among other things in your report, so kudos to all of you, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Anyone? Trustee Beliza.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank to both of you for outstanding job optimizing our technology and facilities. My question is with regard to cybersecurity. What is the grievous threat to cybersecurity in our school district, and what measures we have to make sure that we don't have that kind of issue?
Yeah, that's a great question. And it's difficult to be able to specifically identify one item as the greatest threat for our cybersecurity. But what I would say is our people are our greatest threat, in the sense that the vast majority of threats that come into the district come through a user's account. So on that same token, our people are also our greatest asset. And that's why we have taken steps around awareness and education. That's why we've implemented factors such as the multi-factor authentication this year to provide greater account security to block that first avenue of access through into our district. So we typically say it's that balance between the individuals, and very much that's why we are focusing on supporting all of our staff and ensuring that their awareness, understanding, and capacity to help us to provide a secure environment for our district is paramount of importance to us.
It's so amazing that there are 388,000 messages or chat. Are those related to educational or continuous improvement or educational outcome?
So that specific factor was just specifically within Microsoft Teams. And it is a tool that we use for internal communications all day to be able to connect between departments and between staff, to be able to post messages within a school or within a department team so that we can support communication across our district. So every single time we post one of those messages, it's just listed as part of that stat. So it is a primary functional tool for communication across our district.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you both very much. Wonderful reports and wonderful work with your teams. They've brought us a long way, so thank you.
Thank you.
We now are on item C, SOGI Advisory Committee Annual Update, and we have a report from the Director of Instruction, Rav Johal. Student Services and Data Analytics were attached to everybody's document.
Okay, good evening. It's my pleasure to be sharing our annual SOGI, Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity Update to the Board of Education, speaking to points that are part of the report in your package on pages 37 to 40. The district's ongoing commitment to policy implementation is focused on working towards providing a safe environment for all students, staff, and families, including those who identify as 2S LGBTQ+. The goal has been to create understanding in order to bring schools and community together in support of all students. The SOGI Advisory Committee has diverse representation in terms of membership, and this year there were 4 advisory committee meetings. It is important to note that there is a tremendous amount of work that occurs in subcommittees throughout the school year, in between each of the larger advisory committee meetings. Subcommittees are structured around the different goal areas and provide regular updates to the advisory. I'll speak to some of the highlights from the current school year. In the area of student connection and leadership, through the work of the district SOGI leads and school-based SOGI leads, there have been 2 in-person Rainbow Cafes held for secondary students from across the district. Another highlight this year was a student presentation at the June SOGI advisory meeting, where students in the Boyd Secondary Glow Club spoke about their work on a school mural that has provided a visual expression of inclusivity and a celebration of diversity for all members of their community to see. Another area is the representation of student experiences in the classroom. There was ongoing work of the SOGI Educator Resource Group at both the elementary and secondary level. This group of committed educators created professional learning resources that can be utilized in the classroom with students, and also presented workshops at the district conference in February. In addition, this year, SOGI inclusive book bundles have been updated for each elementary school, and that work was led by a teacher librarian group. There's continued focus on employee support and training facilitated by the district SOGI leads, as well as the teacher consultant for equity and inclusion. This year, this includes providing professional development to settlement workers in schools about SOGI to support their work with newcomer families who sometimes have questions about Policy 106. Also, there were in-person and virtual learning sessions for school administrators to review the SOGI policy, to discuss how SOGI is differentiated from sexual health education, as well as how to support staff and parents about SOGI inclusive education. In terms of work alongside parents, family members, and members of the community, progress has been made on a couple of objectives for this goal area this year, including district staff providing learning sessions for school parent advisory councils in the district. And committee members also have developed a draft SOGI document currently under final review to support conversations at the school and district level. In conclusion, the district appreciates the significant commitment of all members of the SOGI Advisory Committee in their work supporting implementation of Policy 106, as well as all the school-based SOGI leads and staff throughout the school district. Gratitude is also extended to the Board of Education for their support of the work entailed in this report. Happy to respond to any questions.
Go ahead, Trustee Beliza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious, it's SOGI Advisory Committee, and we have students listed as one, I guess, of the members. How many students, and how do you select who are gonna represent students in this particular committee?
Thank you for the question. We typically have ranging 3 to 4 students who will attend each advisory meeting. Our 2 SOGI leads, district SOGI leads, we have 1 at the elementary level, 1 at the secondary level. The secondary SOGI lead coordinates that between the different secondary schools. So oftentimes you might have students who rotate so that you have the different schools represented at the different SOGI advisory meetings. So there's a chance for kids from different schools to participate in the different advisory meetings throughout the school year.
When you say chosen, appointed, elected?
Typically, they're identified. We have SOGI leads at the school level as well. So in conversations with the district SOGI lead, we usually have some discussion where we'll encourage students who we know have the confidence, who might be a little bit older, typically grade 11 or 12, who might participate on that advisory committee meeting. But we also do see some students who have a lot of passion and, might be younger grades who are eloquent and well-spoken who can also attend. It does tend to be generally students who are a little bit older and in grades 11 and 12 who will be represented at those meetings.
Go ahead, Trustee Tublotny.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, we had a presentation, as you mentioned, from the Boyd students, and their excitement about what they're doing in the murals and the activities of their, I think it was called the Glow Club at their school, was infectious. I mean, they just did an amazing presentation to us. And it's good to see that their sense of belonging is there, and that they're, feeling safe and happy in their schools. And also, I have to applaud the fact sheet, the myths and facts for, SOGI. Because I think, for parents that maybe aren't familiar with SOGI and what's actually being taught, what isn't, I think it's a really good tool for our administrators and our teachers to be able to talk to parents and open up the conversation. So thank you very much for that.
Just to add, oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Beliza, go ahead.
Do you have any feedback or comments from our student from our district, or parents, or staff, with regard to our policies with the with SOGI policy? And is it clear for everyone the process or procedures in terms of, trying to raise their concerns but in issues related to SOGI policy?
Thanks for the question. Our policy is aligned with ministry standards, informed by the ministry, and the SOGI policy that we have in place in School District 38 is very similar in terms of how it's structured to other school districts. We do get feedback from staff and from parents sometimes when they do have questions, and that is one of the reasons why this year part of the subcommittee work within the advisory was to generate a document that's under final review still, just around some frequently asked questions that do come up, as well as to dispel some of the myths and rumors that might be unfounded, so that school staff are comfortable in responding to queries from parents. We do find that with staff, you have still some staff who might be sometimes uncomfortable incorporating SOGI inclusive education in the classroom, and that's why we have those different working groups at the elementary and secondary level to work on creating resources that can be attuned to that and raise the comfort level so that educators feel confident in bringing those concepts into the classroom. I think the approach of SOGI inclusive education is to really ground it in human rights. When we look at the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and we look at human rights codes, sexual orientation and gender identity is part of that list of different factors that we look at, like race and ethnicity, and so forth. So I think it's really grounding it in foundational human rights that we're looking to create a sense of belonging and connection for everyone that belongs in our school communities.
Just a quick note to add, as Trustee Tublotny mentioned about the presentation, and I think about the first 2 years that I sat on the SOGI committee, and the students that took part were so wise and so passionate about sharing and teaching us what we needed to learn, right? It was amazing that these young people were just really I could see them as good teachers someday because they really had the passion and that opportunity. It was a wonderful experience. So thank you. And thank you for presenting with us tonight. It was wonderful. Okay, item D, we have our 2023 charitable donations report, which will be presented by Assistant Secretary Treasurer Maria Fu.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. The charitable donations report is on page 41 to 43 of the board package. I am pleased to report on the 2023 charitable donation report covering the period of January 1st to December 31st, 2023. I bought this report for the 2022 charitable tax return last year, and at that time, I indicated we had the highest watermark of donations. This year, I am pleased to report that we exceeded that amount for the 2023 calendar year. So through the generosity of our donors, we received a total of $367,461.49 in the 2023 calendar year, of which $354,652.49 represent cash donation and $12,809 were in donation in kind of tangible goods. Once again, the Richmond community has exceeded our expectations through their generosity in contributing to the Richmond School District in support of our students. I am open to any questions.
Go ahead, Trustee Wong.
I have a question. Your report have some as the in-kind donation. So the in-kind donation, just like the maybe some organization or some of the just like stable everything. How to connect with you if they have interesting to donate.
Yeah. Well, donation in kinds are gifts of non-monetary value. So those are tangible goods. So we do have form on our website that tells us how to donate for tangible goods. And the process is that we will evaluate in the purchasing department whether or not that item being donated has value and use for the school district. Unfortunately, we don't accept everything. So, and we have to ensure that it is safe for our kids to use, and it is something that the school district would benefit from getting. So there is mechanism to ensure that those goods are something that the school district requires and meets the quality and standard that we hold to ensure the safety of our kids.
So the thing is which way you can find the form?
It is on our website, yes.
Oh, I'm not sure. Oh, Trustee Beliza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that thank you for the report, by the way. It's presented on full basis. Means we know the amount and how much was donated to the schools. Except there is like the Feducate and the scholarships. Other than this, is there a way we can present on need or purpose of the donation basis?
We usually just identify the donor's request in terms of where it is going to. The majority of the donation are defined as general with no specific indication except for the name of the school that it is to be directed to. So, and we do not ask for any reasons or specific purpose. Sometimes donors are just, through their generosity, just like to donate to a school just to support the school operations.
Go ahead, Trustee Yang.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the Assistant Secretary Treasurer. Wonderful work. Just a quick question around the district scholarship fund. I mean, we've been, trustees have been to valedictory ceremonies and have seen them being handed out to deserving students. I'm wondering how that fund gets distributed across our secondary schools and what the process looks like for that.
In terms of the distribution of the district scholarship, it is based on criteria that's outlined depending on the scholarship that has been set up and the conditions of how to award those scholarship to the various recipients. Unfortunately, I do not administer that component of distribution. It would be the assistant superintendent. So I would defer it to, and I cannot remember which one does it. Scholarship.
So through the chair, Trustee Yang, that's a really good question. So normally when we receive the scholarship funds from our donors, the donors will provide a list of criteria and to what school, what type of students they want to award to. So our assistant superintendent works with the schools and then also work with our program area. For instance, learning services will support the schools and specific students and to identify the students. So that's typically how it's being distributed to our students. Yep.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item E, capital bylaw, 3 readings. Report from the Secretary Treasurer is attached.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. The Ministry of Education and Child Care provided additional funding to our school district for the school bus program. We're pleased to receive this funding from the ministry, but leveraging both this provincial funding and then also the federal zero emission transit funding, our school district were able to purchase 2 electric school buses with full funding. According to the School Act, the Board of Education is required to adopt a capital plan bylaw in order for the ministry to proceed with the funding allocation. So therefore, staff here, we recommend that the Board of Education approve the capital bylaw by way of 3 readings. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, so no, I'll read that again. Okay, the recommendation from the Secretary Treasurer is that the Board of Education of School District Number 38 Richmond adopt capital plan bylaw number 2024/25-CPSD 38-03 by way of 3 readings. Do I have consensus that 3 readings of the 2024-25 capital bylaw take place in this meeting? Yes? Yes, please. Thank you. I will read the first reading of the bylaw in full. Capital bylaw number 2024/25-CPSD 38-03. Capital Plan 2024/25. Whereas in accordance with Section 142 of the School Act, the Board of Education of School District Number 38 Richmond, hereinafter called the Board, has submitted a capital plan to the Minister of Education, hereinafter called the Minister, and the Minister has approved the capital plan or has approved a capital plan with modifications. Now, therefore, in accordance with Section 143 of the School Act, the Board has prepared this capital bylaw and agrees to do the following. A, authorize the Secretary Treasurer to execute a capital project funding agreement related to the capital projects contemplated by the capital plan or the capital plan with modifications. B, upon ministerial approval to proceed, commence the capital projects and proceed diligently and use its best efforts to complete each capital project substantially as directed by the minister. C, observe and comply with any order, regulation, or policy of the minister as may be applicable to the board or the capital projects. And D, maintain proper books of account and other information and documents with respect to the affairs of the capital projects as may be prescribed by the minister. Now, therefore, the board enacts, excuse me, as follows. 1, the capital bylaw of the board for the 2024/25 capital plan as approved by the minister to include the supported capital projects specified in the letter addressed to the superintendent and secretary treasurer dated May 30th, 2024 is hereby adopted. 2, this capital bylaw may be cited as School District Number 38 Richmond, Capital Bylaw Number 2024/25-CPSD 38-03. Can I have a mover and seconder for the first reading? Moved by Trustee Yang, seconded by Trustee Tabotny, sorry. All those in favor? I now, oh yes, I called a question. Any opposed? Seeing none, the first reading is carried. I will now read the second reading of the bylaw in summary, as trustees have the full bylaw in front of you. That the Board of Education, Richmond, approve capital bylaw number 2024/25-CPSD 38-03. Through the bylaw, the board agrees to authorize the Secretary Treasurer to execute an annual program funding agreement and to proceed the approved capital projects diligently according to all applicable laws, regulations, and ministry policies. Can I have a mover and seconder for the second reading? Moved by Trustee Hamaguchi, seconded by Trustee Wong. Are there any questions or discussions? Trustee Yang?
Yeah, just a quick question. Thank you, Chairperson. It was noted in the documents that the 2 electric buses have no wheelchair accessibility. Is that correct?
So these 2 buses, one is a 76 passenger electric bus and the other one is a 84 passenger electric bus. They're not one of those buses for children with additional needs. So that's why these 2 buses, because we do have designated buses for children with additional support. Yeah.
Appreciate that clarity, and I think we're better off to getting something rather than nothing. Thanks.
Any other? No, seeing none, I now call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? No. The second reading is carried. I will now read the third reading of the bylaw, as trustees have the full bylaw in front of you. That the Board of Education, Richmond, approve capital bylaw number 2024/25-CPSD 38-03. Through the bylaw, the board agrees to authorize the Secretary Treasurer to execute an annual program funding agreement and to proceed the approved capital projects diligently according to all applicable laws, regulations, and ministry policies. Can I have a mover and seconder for the third reading? Trustee Yang, mover, seconded by Trustee Beliza. Are there any questions or discussions? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And no opposed? The third and final reading is carried. The capital bylaw 2024/25-CPSD-03 has been read a first, second, and third time, is passed and adopted June 19th, 2024. Thank you very much. Item F, 2025/2026 5-year capital plan. Report from the Secretary Treasurer.
Thank you, Chairperson. So the 25-26 5-year capital plan is in front of you, trustees. This plan is built on the district's long-range facilities plan, and it's consistent with the priorities and goals set out in our strategic plan. The capital plan reflects the priorities of the facilities needs in the Richmond learning community. According to the School Act, the Board of Education is required to approve a 5-year capital plan annually and submit it to the Ministry of Education and Childcare for consideration of potential capital funding support. So this 5-year capital plan includes major capital projects in seismic mitigation program, a school expansion program, and the plan also includes some minor capital projects in the school enhancement program, carbon neutral capital program, bus replacement, playground equipment, as well as the building envelope program. The total cost included in this capital plan is over $1.05 billion. Staff recommend that the Board of Education approve the 5-year capital plan and direct staff to submit it to the Ministry of Education and Childcare for funding consideration. And that's my report. I'm open for any questions you may have.
Do I have any questions, comments? No. Oh, yes, sorry. Okay, so I'll call the question. Yes. All those in favor? Sorry. Thank you. Opposed?
Do we have a mover? No, we don't have a
Oh, we
mover.
didn't.
Recommendation, yeah.
Did you move, Trustee Wong?
Recommendation, yeah.
Recommendation.
Oh, yes.
You need someone to move.
I'm sorry. Okay. Let me begin. I apologize. Can I have someone move? I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Trustee Wong, seconded by Trustee Tablotny. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, 2024, item G, 2024/2025 eligible school site proposal and
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, according to the provincial legislation, the Board of Education is also required to approve the eligible school site proposal through the adoption of the ESSP resolution on an annual basis. So the 24-25 eligible school site proposal has been drafted in consultation with the City of Richmond and other development stakeholders, and is based on a 10-year residential unit development projection, student yield from different forms of housing units. The 24-25 ESSP proposes 2 new elementary school sites in the Richmond Center area. Based on the location of the new residential developments and student population growth projection, approximately 40% of the newly approved developments are located in the Brick House catchment area. So therefore, the first new city center school is proposed to be located in this area. And the proposal is to open this new school in September 2029 to accommodate the student population projection. The second new city center school is proposed to be located in the Lansdowne area to accommodate the long-term student population growth projection. So based on these proposals, the estimated total site acquisition needed is approximately 2.8 hectares and at an estimate total cost of $105 million. So therefore, staff recommend that the Board of Education approve the 24-25 ESSP proposal according to the Local Government Act through the adoption of the ESSP resolution for submission to the City of Richmond and Metro Vancouver Regional District for acceptance. So that's my report, and I'm open for any questions.
Trustee Tablotny?
Yeah, I'm moving the
Oh,
recommendation.
thank you. Seconded? And seconder? Oh, Trustee Hamaguchi? Okay, all those in, or any question, or
Question, please.
go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. with the second proposal, what happens if the whatever proposals that we have is being turned down or whatever reason, it will not continue or proceed when we approve this particular recommendation?
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Baliza. I understand your question is regarding the second city center school site, right? Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for your question. So the second city center school is it's projected to accommodate the long-term student enrollment growth in the north end of the city center. So yes, at this time, we are, like I said, our Richmond project team, we have wonderful staff. We work really, really hard. Our staff is working diligently with the city of Richmond and also the Ministry of Education staff. We are we're talking to the city and also the development developer community, and we are in the process to identify a site. And we're going to work with the city of Richmond in the long-range facilities planning process.
Yes, my question is, if this site is not available in the future for whatever reason, what would be the options?
So in the Lansdowne area, as you know, the long-term plan for the Lansdowne area is to have a large residential site, right? According to the Local Government Act, the city of Richmond is going to have a park site. And this is documented in the city of Richmond's city center planning document. So in that city center planning document, it has identified a site for institution and also park use. So that's why we're working with the city of Richmond to work on that site identification and also acquisition.
Anyone else? No, thank you very much. You did do the,
Over and then call the question.
oh, I thought,
You have moved, but you haven't called the question.
oh, pardon me. Okay, sorry. I call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, we're at item 8, new business. Come on forward. 2023 District Sustainability and Climate Action Report. We have Mr. Jonathan Ho, who's the Director of Facility Services and Manager Energy and Sustainability attached, and a report from Secretary Treasurer.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. At this time, I'd like to introduce Manager Energy and Sustainability to bring the report to the board. Please go ahead, Mr. Ho.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Given the lateness there, I'll touch on the high points. The report starts on page 68 through 71 of the report in front of you. There's also a link to the fuller report on the district website. Just to touch on the high points of the report, focusing on your greenhouse gas emissions, we have to report on that every year, like every public sector organization. And one of the key highlights and wins that we've had for this past year was we're able to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions to below pre-pandemic levels, which is a major accomplishment due to a lot of hard work from our facility staff, HVAC teams, and electrical folks. Most of our natural gas, most of our greenhouse gas generation is from natural gas to heat our buildings, 88%. And so we spend a significant amount of effort in upgrading all of our natural gas use appliances, our boiler systems. We're close to removing the last of our mid-efficiency boilers that heat all of our schools. And we're also slowly starting the process of low carbon electrification. Rideau Park recently had installed 8 air source heat pumps, first for the district, and is going to serve as a really good learning tool and ability for us to demonstrate our commitment for climate action and climate change. One of the other things I should point out that is important about these greenhouse gas reports is that also public sector school districts have to pay a carbon offset to become carbon neutral. And so because we're able to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions to below to pre-pandemic levels, we're able to save the district significant amounts of money in terms of carbon offsets that we have to buy. I like to think of it this way, that for us to buy fossil fuels, we have to pay for them 3 times. We buy the fossil fuel once, we have to pay a carbon tax that's levied by the province of British Columbia, and we have to pay a carbon offset. I don't know about you, I hate paying for something more than once, let alone 3 times. So a lot of the work and effort that we make on behalf of the district is to ensure that we reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. Now, while our building emissions are our greatest source of greenhouse gases, our fleet emissions are a significant chunk as well. As we've heard through previous reports this evening, we are benefiting from support from both the Ministry of Education on acquiring 2 electric buses, but we also are benefiting from the Zero Emission Transit Fund from the Federal Ministry of Infrastructure, which is not only providing additional support for those buses, as well as infrastructure upgrades at our Facility Services Center to complete our fleet electrification plans. Overall, we're making really good progress on achieving our climate action targets, and we will continue to do so. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Any questions, comments? Trustee Yang?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Mr. Ho, for bringing this forward. And certainly, as it was noted in the strategic plan update earlier, we've seen where the targets are moving, and that's full kudos to staff. And I guess what caught my attention in your report was the fact that because we have portables in our district and the intensiveness of energy use for them when we're talking about natural gas to heat them, it's just one of many reasons why in the long term, that portables aren't sustainable. And so so thank you for highlighting that, and obviously more work to do as we have our full plan and all the other pillars to take care of. But I think we're in a good place and we'll continue to move forward. Thank you very much.
Any others? I would just like to say thank you very much for your the information that you share when you've shared at facilities and building. Learn something every time, and it's greenhouse gases. Don't really understand all that much, so I really appreciate your wisdom and your passion for what you're doing. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Belisa. Thank you.
Just would like to know more about by the way, thank you for this very good report. Implementations of continuous optimization programs. 10 sites.
Sure. Yeah, certainly that is a continuous optimization is a program jointly funded by BC Hydro and Fortis BC. And so they're intended to help participants identify low cost, high impact energy saving measures. Typically, what we've discovered is when our HVAC team goes to address thermal comfort complaints or maintenance issues, they sometimes have to bypass certain parts of the programming of our building automation systems in order to troubleshoot specific elements. But sometimes when they get put back on, they aren't implemented correctly. And so we investigate on a rotating cycle all of our sites, anywhere from 8 to 10 sites a year. And we have an investigation phase where we have an outside consultant approved by both BC Hydro and Fortis BC to investigate all of our sites and to look for things like programming errors, schedules that are left on intermittently. Why is this exhaust fan running 24/7 when there's no one in the schools? Or this thermocouple says that the temperature in this zone of the school is reading this, but we know it's not correct. So they identify all those low-cost elements that people are a little too busy to try and identify and fix, and it allows us to garner energy savings by making those programming changes, fixing broken actuators, thermocouples, and so on. So it doesn't seem very high end, but one of the things we do in energy conservation is we play a lot of small baseball, lots of singles, a lot of bunts, a lot of walks. We don't hit a lot of home runs, but that is how we achieve our goals.
I like the analogy. Thank you very much for your report. It was very interesting. Appreciate your time.
Okay, not at all.
Okay, we're at item 9. If there's any members of the public, you're invited to come forward with a question or a brief comment. Go ahead, please. Just state your name.
My name is Colleen Howe. I'm a parent I just have one request. I request the board to request funding from the province to implement in Naloxone the AED installation with all the training costs and all the costs associated with it. I requested the board won't compromise the educational program, special needs program, and staffing needs because of this implementation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, come forward.
Hi, my name is Vincent. I'm a father of two daughters at elementary school. And my question is to Trustee Tablotny. So from tonight's meeting, I see that there is a perceived conflict of interest from the parental perspective in terms of your community advocacy for safe supply and harm reduction. So I think, in my opinion, there's
Excuse
something
me.
to her not passing motions and seconding things that are related to youth and drugs.
Excuse me. Okay, thank you. And that's, yeah,
Is,
there's no conflict of interest.
There's no conflict of interest.
could you clarify why?
Excuse me.
No, we weren't even talking about drugs. We were talking about life-saving supplies for school, for first aid. That had nothing to do with drugs. Nothing.
Okay, your comment is out of order, actually.
really
It's-
out
It's
of
not a question or.
But I think that you're in a position of
Me?
influence.
Excuse
You're-
me, Trustee DeBlonte, just, your comment is out of order. If you have a question about our motion, that's fine. But at this point, your question is out of order.
Okay, thank you.
Comment. Thank you.
An idiot.
You gotta come up, folks.
Thank you. My name is Janice. I have three sons in Richmond School Board. I try my best to express myself. For the gentleman, I have a question. Who will be trained in school? The first aiders or all the students?
Or who?
Use AED.
Who do the training?
Who will be trained in school? First aiders or all the students to use AED?
We do have an obligation. Sites, so results at the sites doesn't mean that we wouldn't provide opportunity student learning around those safety measures as well, but we're focusing on things first aid.
Another question. Just now, the trustee Bellis asked you the question. You don't know how many drug overdoses in school. I have read the report let me check. Oh yeah, I have a report. I have read the report. Show us. The report is coroner service. The topic is youth and regulated drug toxicity deaths from 2019 to 2023. Yeah, like Debbie said, lots of overdoses found at their home or some private place, not in school. Seldom even nobody use in school. I'm wondering, we have a lots of service like drugstore, pharmacy, they have this case, right? And the community center, they have. And I think already have enough school. So we parents trust school, teach out school, learn academic, not some misleading values different from our parents. We teach our children keep away from drug. But this, if AED in school, they may misleading, oh, drug is no problem. So different value from our parents. That's difficult for our parents to teach our students. I think school should focus on the learner. Learner should learn academic knowledge, not some values. These values are teach from our parents, not from school, like LGBTQ, like other values.
Well,
So we don't agree. This misleading.
thank you. Thank you for your opinion. Thank you. Just state your name and
Oh, yeah, Sheldon Starrett. And just before I get into my comment and question, I will preface it with the fact that I do support naloxone kits. I think it is one tool in the toolkit to help save lives, but it is not necessarily the be-all, end-all. So my first question would also be for Trustee Beliza.
just for 1 second, you address the board, not an individual trustee.
My
To the
first
board.
question, just based on the speech that Trustee Beliza made earlier, in the sense that the province is going to be coming down the line with a decision in the fall on on this issue in schools. Do you think that the BC Ministry of Education is better equipped, maybe in conjunction with the BC Ministry of Health? They have a lot more resources at their disposal. They have many naloxone kits available. And I'm just worried that the school board could maybe get into a same situation that the Richmond City Council got with the safe consumption site, in the sense that they went ahead with it and then the province pushed back and said no. So we should wait to see what the provincial government is doing. And I just wonder if you think that is more prudent. Now going back to naloxone and just with that, will there be anything to also help with drugs that may also be laced with benzos? Because the naloxone may not prevent an overdose if the drug is also tainted with benzo classified drugs as well. There's been a lot of reports from Adam Seville and also from Sam Cooper on the diversion of drugs into schools, hydromorphone pills being called dillies, and even RCMP and many RCMP detachments in British Columbia have shared their concerns over the diversion of safe supply drugs being sold to drug dealers and then ending up in public schools. And with that, students that have been interviewed by some of these reporters have said that they thought, well, these pills came from safe supply, it's safe, and that it's not the same as like heroin or other things. But when educated on the fact that it is equivalent to heroin, then they're more concerned with them. And some of these safe supply drugs are also being laced with fentanyl and other things that some RCMP reported.
I just want to draw you back to the AED and the naloxone. We're not going into that.
Well, I do think that we will need naloxone because more of the safe supply drugs are being diverted into schools. And a couple trustees on this board support safe supply. And I think parents in Richmond have a right to know.
I don't.
Positions of those trustees.
No, that's out of order. Even the comment as such, it's not appropriate. So thank you for giving us your opinion. We've heard it, but that's.
We need naloxone. We need to save lives.
Yep.
We just need to make sure those safe supply drugs are not. ending up in
Excuse me.
schools.
Thank you.
It's in the news.
Thank you.
You're appalling.
Okay. We are down to our standing committee reports. Audit Committee?
Chairperson, nothing to report. The next meeting is scheduled for September 2024.
Thank you. Education Committee, we had, the minutes were attached. A meeting was held on Wednesday, June the 12th, and the next meeting is scheduled for September of 2024. Facilities and Building.
Minutes of the meeting held May 1st attached for information. Meeting was held Wednesday, June 5th. Next meeting is scheduled for September 2024.
Now, Finance and Legal, Trustee Sargent isn't here, so Trustee, is it okay with you if you
Sure.
give the?
Minutes from the meeting held May 15th are attached for information. Meeting was held Wednesday, June the 12th. and the next meeting is scheduled for September of 2024.
Thank you. Policy Committee.
Yes, Policy Committee has a recommendation. Policy 105, District Code of Conduct. And I'll read the recommendation and look for a seconder, and then I can explain. That the Board of Education approved the attached minor revisions to Policy 105, District Code of Conduct at the June 19th, 2024 public meeting. And the background is that from time to time, Policy Committee will bring forward minor revisions to existing policies and/or regulations for the board's consideration. Ultimately, all revisions are supported by Policy Committee will require approval at a public meeting of the Board of Education. And the Ministry of Education Child Care has amended provincial standards for codes of conduct order to promote consistently to support boards of education, ensuring their schools have appropriate policies in place to restrict student personal digital device use. And the amended order will come into effect on July 1st. And therefore, we're suggesting that the board adheres to the recommended policy provision, policy 204R, which states that if a situation arises in which a board must quickly act, the chairperson may, with the consent of the board, waive the requirement of prior notice, which is the usual practice, and the board may propose or discuss or adopt policy or regulations at a single meeting. However, it's practice of the board to review such emergency policies and regulations after they've been enforced for several months to ensure that the policy and/or regulations are well considered and remain appropriate for use. And so, as per Policy 204R, it is also recommended not to place the policy revisions into the partner group review process since the proposed revisions are minor in nature. So, as per the package, there is a minor change to our district code of conduct to include the wording and comply with the ministerial order that will come into effect July 1st.
Can I have a seconder? Trustee Yang, any questions or comments? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I know time is running late, so I do appreciate everybody's patience. But this piece really speaks to the step that our district's going to take in terms of how we move forward with the recent personal device restrictions. So I feel like this is opportune time for us to discuss this. And so I think from what I understand, the changes to Policy 105 that we're going to make as part of the motion today
Yes.
will meet our bare minimum to ensure that we're compliant. But if you see in the attached document in Policy 104 Administrative Guidelines, that is where all the rules and clarity will be for school staff on the ground. And so I think it's and to that point, I did have a quick question to staff. Is this going to be the final draft, or is that still something that's work in progress at the moment?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Yang. The draft that you see included in the agenda is the final administrative guidelines for the student personal device use. Substantial consultation has taken place with all of our students, partner groups, as well as staff in the development of those guidelines. And following support of the board tonight with the policy, then we will work with our schools on the implementation and communication plans associated.
Appreciate that response, Mr. Lang. And I think for our guidelines and policies, it's good practice not to be over prescriptive. But I think what we've heard from partner groups and across the conversations we've been having across public education is whether or not these guidelines will be clear once these come into effect on July 1st, and recognizing there are many scenarios that educators and staff will run into on the ground. For example, how do we apply these rules during PLT time, or how would this work when summer school rolls around in less than a couple weeks' time, right? So I think and we've heard it from stakeholders, or pardon me, partner groups that they would appreciate more clarity. And so I think the communication plan will be really important. And we discussed that at length during committee stage. And I really hope that that comes to fruition and staff can be provided with that greater clarity as much as possible, because this is what we're hoping to do, and to respect the order that's come down from the province. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Trustee Wong?
I just see the report, the policy says draft. Is the final draft, or just I find some words I would like to send to how to maybe some amendment?
So what is in front of you is a recommendation around the draft for the policy 105. My comment previously to Trustee Yang was around the administrative guidelines that were policy 104 GA. Those themselves right now are not in draft form. The administrative guidelines do not come to the board for approval. It's the specific policy 105 that is currently the motion that's in front of you.
Is that the final one? Can I, if I find some word in the policy 105, so to have opportunity to just collect some words on the policy.
So what you see in front of you is the proposed language of policy 105 that has gone through policy committee and is being brought to the board for approval today.
And it's recommended, it is actually recommended and actually mandated by the provincial government that we add that wording. So that's why it's a draft until it's approved.
So I have one is a really not make sense sentence. Is on the page 84. So it's on the fourth paragraph. So the research demonstrates that the presence of personal digital device may contribute to distraction in learning and can compromise student safety. And the following sentence, I really not make sense. Peer guideline on the acceptable use of personal digital device during instructional time or learning related activity will strengthen focused learning environment and promote online safety. This sentence is what you mean. Is that accept to use the personal digital device in the learning, in the instruction time or learning related activity?
So if I may, just to provide a little bit of clarity, page 84 that you are referring to there is part of the administrative guidelines. So that's not part of the motion that's coming forward as part of the policy committee work. Those are the separate guidelines that we are working on for the implementation phase to support schools so that schools have clear guidelines on the actions that we are going to take as a district to be able to restrict student use of personal digital devices within schools. So I would be happy to provide more clarity to you on the intent of that statement, but that's actually not what's coming forward to the board today as part of the policy 105 language that is being brought forward to the board for approval.
I think this sentence really misunderstanding for people. Is that except they use the personal device, digital device during the instruction time, or you just like restrict them use the
So the nature of that sentence is just to clarify that by providing clear guidelines on when acceptable use of personal digital devices can be used within the classroom, those clear guidelines will help to create focused learning environments. So as a classroom teacher, if I'm informing the students in my class that for the purpose of this lesson right now, I'm asking you to please have your devices turned off and put away, and that will create a more focused learning environment for that classroom. So the key nature of that sentence is around the importance of providing clear guidelines for the students in that classroom so that they know whether or not personal digital devices are permitted or not for the use of that class.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to say thank you for the staff and the committee in changing the word from implement to apply. I think it makes sense because implement, only the board can implement.
So do we have a seconder? You seconded? Trustee Hamaguchi, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? No, carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so all right. So Council Board Liaison Committee, the next meeting is scheduled for September 11th of 2024. BCSTA?
Nothing to report, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. BCPC?
Nothing to report.
And we have no correspondence for the evening. So on that note, I'd just quickly like to say thank you very much for everyone this year. It's hard to believe this is our last board meeting of the year. I think it's the longest of the year. But thank you all for being here and what you do for the district and everyone. So on that note, if I could have a mover and a seconder to adjourn, moved by Trustee Wong, seconded by Trustee Yang. All those in favor? Carried, adjourned. Thank you again. Have a good